privacy.
Hi, Danielle here with Plug Hits Live. We're at CES 2019, and right now I'm at the John Deere booth. Can you please introduce yourself for me?
Hello, Julian Sanchez with John Deere. I'm a Director of Innovation.
So, what is John Deere doing here at CES 2019?
Well, we came here to tell the story of agriculture to the rest of the technology world, right? So we feel like agriculture has actually been one of the fields that has led a lot of technology innovation. And we wanted to come here and share that story and also share the fact that farmers have been using and adopting technology for many years and have been at the forefront of some of the most exciting technologies, including self-driving, including artificial intelligence.
Okay, let's talk about that.
All right, so right behind us, you have a John Deere harvesting combine.
It's a beast.
It is a beast. It's over 20 tons. It has around 20,000 parts. But most importantly, it has three really amazing technologies that help power it. The first one is it's a connected machine. So while it has over 100 sensors, it is collecting all of that data and it is streaming all of that data to the cloud in real time so that farmers can see the quality of the job that they're doing in the field, right? The machine has been connected, though, for almost 10 years, so that's kind of old news for us. There's also technology on this machine that allows it to be self-steering. So it has a GPS unit on the top. Behind me, you can see a little yellow dome. In that yellow dome is a GPS unit that allows it to steer at around 2.5 centimeters of accuracy. Okay, so the farmer can just kind of set it and forget it, if you will, right? And then the last piece of it, this is basically a factory on wheels, right? It takes a human being, a farmer, around 1,000 hours of experience with this machine in tuning that factory, right, to make sure that they're separating the grain, which is what they're going to want to basically sell to the grain elevator, from the rest of the plant that's being threshed. And it takes somebody around 1,000 hours of experience to get really good at doing that, right? So what we've done is we created an artificial intelligence algorithm that does that for the farmer, right? It's self-optimized. It's constantly measuring what is going on inside of it and tuning, fine-tuning little things all over the place to make sure that you get the best grain possible.
And that's the brand new tech that you're showing off, because I know you said some things you've had for many years. So that's the brand new tech you're showing off? That
is the brand new tech we're showing off, yeah. We feel like we have come to CES to show artificial intelligence in the market, helping feed the world.
I had a question on your AI technology. Does that use solely GPS?
Our artificial intelligence technology actually uses a variety of inputs, including cameras, including the location of the combine in some cases, and about 10 other sensors, right? And what we actually did is we trained an algorithm for about 10 years so that it would learn to recognize the quality of over 30 different grain types and in different conditions, and would be able to use that information to self-adjust.
I would assume with this kind of technology, you guys had a lot of research behind all of this, right?
Correct. And in fact, John Deere has always recognized that technology areas like GPS, precision, and artificial intelligence are core to our business. So it's not something we go and outsource. It's something that we build the capabilities internally so that we build the technology and are able to deliver it to market in the most effective way.
How exactly does this fit best with farmers' needs?
One of the things that's happening in agriculture right now, and this is a global phenomena, is labor shortages. So farmers have a hard time finding skilled labor in key seasonal time frames to come help them and do the work, right? So by working on artificial intelligence, we're not doing it for the sake of it. We're doing it because it really helps address that need of labor shortages. If we make the equipment and the vehicles more intelligent, you can actually then have access to non-skilled labor that is able to achieve the same quality of job as maybe a skilled operator would.
That's incredible. So what is your favorite aspect and design of this?
I actually love the fact that you have a 20-ton machine that is probably more intelligent than any consumer electronic product.
That is really interesting.
It is, it is. And then in addition to it, it's not just a huge machine that, maybe is fun to drive, which it is, by the way, as from personal experience.
I gotta try it.
Yes, yes. But it also helps feed the world. I mean, this is literally where the rubber hits the road in terms of food production. This is actually what gathers that food off the ground and helps get it to the right places.
I bet. So, is this product available now?
It is available right now. It's actually been in the market for about a year. And guess what? Our customers, our farmers are loving it. One interesting thing that happens with artificial intelligence too is that people will ask, well, maybe people don't want to adopt it because they feel like it's going to replace them. Even the most experienced and expert farmer that knows how to operate these machines really, really well sometimes wants a little bit of a break from doing that job and wants to focus on other tasks, right? By the way, farmers are incredibly busy people. They're not just farmers, they're entrepreneurs, they're owners, and they're businessmen, businesswomen. So having this intelligence on board to sort of support the decision making of a farmer in real time, even the most experienced expert farmer actually loves handing over the responsibility to the combine for a little while so that it can optimize itself.
And I bet this does just that.
It does just that, exactly.
So, how much does this cost?
Approximately $500,000, depending on a few features here and there, but that's the approximate MSRP.
All right, and where can our viewers go to find out more information about John Deere and this product?
We are on all the social media channels, so please follow us there. We're very active talking about our technology, talking about where we're going with technology. Of course, you can go to www.deere.com as well to find information about our products.
All right, well, thank you so much for taking the time.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's been a pleasure.
Of course. For continuing CES 2019 coverage, stay tuned to plugkitslive.com/CES.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps your bank information private when shopping online. Get $5 right now to try the service at plughitslive.com/privacy. Sometimes at CES, we get the opportunity to speak with someone who is incredibly knowledgeable and passionate about a product. This year, I had the opportunity to speak with celebrity chef Carla Hall about Yumly Pro and how it interacts with Whirlpool appliances. As a Yumly Pro, Chef Hall has a collection of recipe guides based on Southern staples available on the platform. Here is Chef Hall speaking about the product and why it is so important to her. Hello, Internet. I'm Scott with Plug Hits Live, part of the Tech Podcast Network. We are here at CES 2019 in the beautiful Whirlpool booth, surrounded by kitchen appliances. We'll talk about that in a second. But first, I think we all know you, but go ahead and introduce yourself for me anyway.
I'm Carla Hall, and I'm one of the Yumly Pros who is introducing this incredible app that we have here. And it is how I can teach step-by-step the home cook on a small screen in their home as if I was right there with them. They're also the visual cues that I can give you that I can't really show you in a cookbook, and I'm not able to tell you in a cooking show.
Sure.
Yeah.
In a book, some things just don't translate in text. You have to be able to see it. In the show, you're limited on time. You couldn't show minute details like that.
Yes, yeah. So it was super fun for me, and I think it's a person who likes to teach. And as chefs, we are teachers first. Sure. I'm able to drill down and show you exactly how to make this perfect dish so that the people at home can be really proud of what they're making.
Right. Because, we've all seen those Cooking Panda videos or whatever, and you're like, oh, what a cool idea that is. And then you try it yourself, and you're like, well, that doesn't look anything like the thing that I saw online. That's disappointing, and you don't want to get discouraged, but boy, is that a great way to get discouraged.
Right, and I think one of the questions that people have said to me, they have said, do you think that cooking shows set up home cooks for failure because it is intimidating? And okay, so if that is true, then this is the solution.
Yeah.
But the thing that I don't want to take away is that it takes practice. You know how many times I've made the dishes that I'm showing you how to make? So it takes practice. So, it takes time to get there.
And you may, even with all the help in the world, you may not get it the first try. You may not get it the 10th try.
Right.
But with the assistance, you can get it.
Yeah, you can get it, and you also know where you went wrong.
Sure.
Those little tweaks and nuances that I'm showing you.
Because you can, to go back to the pasta, you can go back and look at the video and go, oh yeah, my pasta looks like that third one. Oops.
Yes. And what I also love about the app is that we've taken them in these little steps. So if you don't need to know that step, you can skip. You can go to the next step. So you don't have to be with me the whole 10 minutes that it has taken me to do this thing. You're like, okay, I know that. Yeah.
Because the second time you've perfected the pasta. You fixed it since the last time.
Yes.
So now we can move on.
Yes. And you cannot stop a cooking video.
Right.
In this step, where do you stop it? Wait, whoa, and go back. So yeah.
And you can't go on Facebook and do it step by step. It's rapid fire, and by the 30 seconds is done, you're like, I don't know what I just watched.
Yes, exactly right. That.
We've all felt that.
I have felt that.
So how did you get involved with Yumly?
I was asked to do this. I had done work before with KitchenAid. And so when I heard about this platform, it was such an easy yes. I mean, I came out, yes. Because so often in doing demos on television and wanting to do things like bread, and but that's not good TV, you shouldn't do that. But right? So
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps your bank information private when shopping online. Get $5 right now to try the service at plughitslive.com/privacy. Hello, Internet. I'm Scott with Plug Hits Live, part of the Tech Podcast Network. We are here at CES 2019 at the Intel booth. I've got a TV and some VR stuff behind me. We'll find out about that in a second, but first, go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Setch, and I'm Marketing Programs Manager at Intel.
Fantastic. And what is it we're looking at here today?
Well, we're looking at the new generation of Wi-Fi called Wi-Fi 6.
Excellent.
And Wi-Fi 6 is a big deal because it not only delivers really fast performance that you would expect, but also significantly reduces latency, so it's more responsive for applications like gaming and VR. And it's also designed for very connected environments where you've got lots of devices connecting to your network.
So obviously we know that there's a lot more connected devices. We've got smart homes and light switches are connecting to Wi-Fi now. So being able to consistently connect more devices is important.
Exactly. People are looking for fast Wi-Fi connectivity, reliable Wi-Fi connectivity, and connectivity that's really responsive. And that's exactly what Wi-Fi 6 will deliver. From the Intel standpoint, we're delivering Wi-Fi 6 chips for the PC this year, and we're also delivering them for home routers and gateways. It's really important to have that technology on both the PC side as well as on the network side so that you can get that best experience.
Yeah, because connecting a Wi-Fi 6 powered computer to a router that, in old terms, 802.11ac, but Wi-Fi 5 now, you're still going to be at 5 because the least of is what you get maxed out at.
Yep, exactly. To get the maximum benefit and potential of Wi-Fi 6, which is based on the 802.11ax standard, you'll want to have it in both your devices and also in the network you're connecting to.
So, in practice, we've got VR back here, and so in addition to the latency, like where does the Wi-Fi 6 come in here?
Yeah, so what we're showing here is a PC with Intel's Wi-Fi 6 that's connected to an Intel-based Wi-Fi 6 router, and we're running that VR game on the PC, and really what we're showing is the benefits of both the improved performance as well as the low latency to deliver that really high-quality VR experience. And if you have a chance to check it out, it's very smooth, no hiccups, no stuttering, no lags.
Well, let's take a look at that. So obviously VR got a whole lot better with less latency. For those of us who would like this at home, what kind of time frame are we looking at on a rollout for this?
So you should expect to start seeing PCs as well as routers with this technology in the first half of 2019, and you'll have a bunch of choices with new PCs, new routers and gateways based on Intel Wi-Fi 6 in the 2019 timeframe.
Fantastic. Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to talk today.
Great, thank you very much.
For continuing CES 2019 coverage, stay tuned to plughitslive.com/CES. Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps your bank information private when shopping online. Get $5 right now to try the service at plughitslive.com/privacy. Hello, Internet. I'm Scott with Plug Hits Live, part of the Tech Podcast Network. We are at CES 2019 at the Fin booth. I have got some frozen pipes behind me. We'll find out about that in just a second, but first, go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Sure, I'm Jason from Fin. I run marketing for Fin.
Okay. And what have we got going on behind us? Because the frozen pipes are interesting. This moving screen is interesting. What are we looking at?
Yeah, so you're looking at our device. It's called the Fin Plus.
Okay.
It installs on the main line of your home. And from one place, it can monitor your entire home for leaks, for different types of leaks, like frozen leaks, frozen pipe bursts, catastrophic pipe burst leaks, pinhole leaks, and even things as tiny as a drip leak.
Okay. So it goes on the main, so there's only one of these for the house, and it's able to detect leaks. How does it do that?
So what it looks for is the patterns of usage in your water. So every time you flush a toilet, for instance, or run a shower, that has a distinct pressure signature. So we get to know the water usage in your home that's normal, and then when we see something that is abnormal, we send you an alert because we know it's a leak.
Okay. And how long does that training period last?
Sure. So, when the device is installed, it takes with it the knowledge of all the homes that it's previously been installed in.
Okay.
So we've seen, millions of toilet flushes and showers run at this point. So we know what a shower is.
Okay.
It's when something is new to the system or it hasn't seen something like it that it will ask you. It'll say, "What was that? I don't know what it is." Yeah.
Okay. And where will it ask? Does it do that through a mobile app, or how does that do?
Right. Yeah. Through a mobile app, the Fin app. Yep.
And I imagine that's where you get alerts about problems as well?
Exactly. You get alerts. You can shut your water on and off from the app. It has a built-in shut-off valve in the device, and it also tells you how much water you're using per device. Yeah. So we'll tell you how much your irrigation is using in water, how much your showers are using, your washing machine, etc. Yeah.
Okay. And I imagine that can help track down where the problem is. Like if it's a leaky toilet, that would probably help you determine it's a toilet that's malfunctioning.
Exactly. Yeah. So we'll use that to tell you how much a leaky toilet is using, but we'll also use it to give you information so you can make better decisions about your water use.
Hello, Internet. I'm Scott Ertz with Plug Hits Live, and I am here at CES 2020 in what has become the disco studio. We'll talk about that in just a second. But first, this is the Tech Podcasts Network's coverage of CES 2020, and we've been off for a little while because we had some guests cancel. As our regular viewers know, it happens. Sometimes, especially on Tuesday, people don't show up. So what do? I go running out onto the show floor and find people to fill, and I have found one of our favorite companies on the planet to fill, and we'll talk about that in just a second with our next guest. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm great. How you doing?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Garrett. I'm the Director of Industrial Design for Monster Smart Illuminescence, which is a fabulous new line of Wi-Fi controlled lighting products.
And my regular viewers will recognize the Illuminescence series, as we've done a ton of videos on them, how-tos and stuff, but this is like a whole new thing. This is nothing like the RF remote standard set.
So we've got 3 technologies right now. We've got Monster Basics, which is IR controlled, so you've got one remote that controls just that device. You've got Illuminescence, which is RF, so you can control a room of devices. This is Monster Smart Illuminescence, which is your entire home. Every room, indoor and outdoor, portable products, fixed products, everything all under one app that is fully customizable.
Well, that's fantastic, because, you know, the RF one, which is the one that we've been familiar with, you know, you can get, you know, up to 40 devices on a remote, and that's nice, but you get, if I want a certain blue, I'm not going to get that certain blue because I've just got the wheel.
Exactly.
If I want a certain thing to happen, I have to hope that it's one of the pre-programmed things. Christmas, fine. Red and green, pre-programmed into the system.
Pretty straightforward,
But I don't have maybe something for New Year's or something like that. Maybe I want custom colors. Maybe I want my brand color on my set, something like that. I can't do that with the standard Illuminescence, but it looks like from the app I've seen here, I might be able to pull that off here?
Yes, so the app comes preset with some scenes, and a scene is a combination of colors, light patterns, color changing modes, speeds, and brightnesses. So you can save all of those into a scene. We have 12 originally baked in that do amazing things, everything from music reactive strobe lights to swirling vortexes of color, just really cool. But if you've got special things in mind, you can make up to 4 custom scenes, or you can modify any of the original ones and save your changes.
Okay.
And these can apply to all of the products. So you can set up your scenes once, group multiple items together, and just hit that button for your custom, say you made a movie night, and that's your exact ideal settings for what every light is doing. You hit that scene and you're good to go. You can also tie it in to Amazon, Google, or Siri to trigger that scene for you by voice.
Okay. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So the thing that continues to pop through my head is our studio has been the same for a long time. We've been talking about redoing our home studio, and I have a design, and it involves color custom LEDs.
Well, you've come to the right place.
And it seems like I have a ton of choices on what I could do with that.
You definitely do. So I can tell you about some of the choices that you have here. So right in front of me, first of all, I have this awesome product here. So this is an LED strip, completely reimagined. So you're not seeing the individual LEDs like we're used to. This is in a custom designed diffuser, and it's water resistant. So this is great for indoor, outdoor. It's really flexible, so you could write a message kind of like neon. And it's color controlled through the app, through your scenes, and it's fantastic.
So I could just do RP in a big and have it lit up in the green that we choose.
If you want to hand me those 2 boxes right in front of you, yes. This is another item for writing custom messages.
Oh, yeah.
This is the Digit, and they're 3D LED wall panels.
Okay.
So they're shaped like one segment of an LED display.
Yeah.
So you can arrange them and write your custom messages, draw custom patterns, and communicate whatever message you're trying to sell.
I'm gonna move a couple things so we can see you better. 'Cause
Right?
we got lots of cool stuff to talk about.
I wish I could bring the physical sample of this, but it's attached
to the
my
wall.
booth, so you'll have to come visit me there to play with it. But the great thing about this is it has a custom engineered magnet bracket that makes installation really simple.
Oh, cool.
So it's just bounds ahead other products like this because you can just snap it on the wall and then you can take it off and rotate it around the bracket to change your pattern. So you could write your P and then flip every panel in another direction and have an abstract panel.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you know.
I would like to already have that up and running.
You must wait until the spring.
Okay.
They're
Okay.
almost ready, but we'll make sure that you...
Almost ready is a good place.
Almost ready,
That's a
yes.
good place to be. Because we're at CES, some of this stuff isn't ready until the middle of 2021.
Right.
Almost ready is a good place to be.
We're actually ahead of the game. That's true. So this is Digit. It comes with a starter pack of 3 pieces and a really approachable price point. This is at $59 for your starter pack.
And so it's got the 3, it's got the power.
And the power and the controller, and then you can buy as many add-on packs as you want. You can get up to 10 panels off of one controller.
Okay.
And yeah.
And then past that, if I wanted to do more, you just have another controller, and since they're all controlled through a scene, you put the 2 controllers together as a light in the scene, and you're good to go.
So if you wanted to write a message, you would probably be able to, 1 or 2 of these. You could write a letter. You could write an entire word. So then each one has its own controller. You could change the color of every letter, every number individually.
Okay.
A lot of fun options here.
Yeah, for sure. And since they're designed, like you said, like an 8-segment, 9-segment.
8.
2, 4, 5, 6, yeah. 5, 6, 7 segment.
7, yeah.
2, 2,
Yeah.
3. 7 segment.
We're good at math.
We are. A 7-segment LCD screen. We're all familiar with how these things build letters.
Yeah, this is
perfect.
This is fun for us tech people because we feel this in our bones. We get it.
Oh,
yeah.
Yep.
So next step, if you want to hand me one of those big boxes over there.
Okay.
Just drop these ceremoniously on the ground. This is the step-up version. This is Prism. Unceremoniously dropping things on the ground.
Apparently.
Okay.
Or just chucking it at Michelle, apparently. That's what just happened.
That's fine.
I need it a little closer so I can run and get it home.
So this also is a 3D wall panel. So it's got a lot of life to it, even when it's off, because that's one thing we wanted to make sure, like, we're filling our homes with these LED objects. What do they do when they're not lit? They should still be attractive. So it's like a piece of sculpture on your wall. And they interlock and tessellate to create different patterns as well. And you can do a really cool thing with this. On the back of each panel is an arrow, and that arrow indicates what direction the LED patterns will move if you've got lines. And because it's got the magnet bracket, you can take it off, flip the arrow to another side, and pop it back on, and just change the entire physical appearance of your wall art on a whim. You can change your color, your modes, and the physical setup very, very easily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
It is.
You should come play with it.
And I'm guessing the one that
I'm going now.
I'm guessing the one that I threw at Michelle is probably
the starter pack.
The starter pack.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the starter pack of that one comes with 4. It creates a lovely Triforce design. It's very nice. Plus the expansion pack, and you can get up to the
100% what I
hexagon.
saw.
Yes. Yes.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Absolutely.
I knew we were going to get along just fine.
Yeah. So that's Prism, and this is the top of the line product. Works with the same app, same customizable settings, and it is $69.99 for the starter pack.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know if you're familiar with other products in this vein of LED wall art.
Yes.
They're $2.99 starter packs.
They are.
And, everybody deserves to have cool color changing stuff.
And $49 per panel to
Yeah.
add on. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know.
Yeah. No, these are fun.
It's what we didn't install in the studio.
Correct.
I know. We all know who we're talking about.
Now.
We all know who we're talking about.
Yes.
All right.
So, and then this is our last guy here. That's my magic ball. This is the orb. And this is a portable, rechargeable lighting device with a integrated handle. So you've got flashlight, you've got tabletop. We also have this hole right here through the handle so that if you want to hang it from a string, it'll be nice and centered.
I saw that over the booth.
You've got a little pendant light.
And then you said something, or Noel said something at the press conference yesterday.
Yeah, it is water resistant, and we're working on the engineering to make it float. Right now, it wants to do this.
Okay,
So
fair enough.
it lights your water.
Fair enough. And you know what? That would be pretty cool.
Right? So testing will be underway. Noel has dreams, and we will try and make them real, like we do.
You know what? With what we've got going on right now, clipping something into the mounting hole would be enough for me. Put something heavy on the other side to make it go the other way, and I'd be there.
There you go.
And that would be good enough for me. I know that's not good enough for Noel.
Yeah.
But for me, if I had one of these today and I was taking it to the pool, I'd find something heavy to clip into the bottom to make it go the other way.
There you
Little
go. So right now, our dream for this, like, they're great in multiples. Get them, say you're outdoors, you're entertaining, indoor, outdoor kind of thing. These travel wherever you go. You've got about a 4 to 6 hour battery life, depending on what you're doing. If it's color changing, high brightness, it'll be shorter. And again, you tie the whole thing into your color scene, create an ecosystem of light in your home.
I love that.
And it's also a really good bedside product. You know, you've got it in your room.
Oh, yeah.
You can have it a little bit further away. If you've also got like a mini or a dot in your room, you can just be like, turn on my orb, turn off my orb, and in the middle of the night, you get up, you got to go to the bathroom, you got a flashlight.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So, price point idea on this?
$29.99.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, I can get a bunch of them for $29.99.
That's
know.
exactly what I like to hear.
And this guy, did we talk about a price point on this guy?
This one I think is $39.99.
Okay.
Yeah, and it'll be in a 5 meter length. This is the mini. This is a 2 meter that we have here. That would be same price as the orb.
Okay. And I see a thing here on the end. Is this just a terminator, or is
Yeah,
this? Okay.
so because these are water resistant, they're completely closed, so you can't expand them.
Perfect.
But we do
But
have
they're
the
water
indoor
resistant.
ones where you can link
Clip
multiples
them together.
together.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. And are we looking at the same general availability on all of these, or are they going to stagger?
We are hitting the market strong with all of these products in Q2 with a major national retailer that everyone will have access to. So keep an eye out for them. And as we continue on, there's Generation 2 already in the works of a lot of these, and some other cool new products that are in the pipeline.
That's really cool. And as somebody who has an office and apartment filled with Illuminescence products, I'm really excited to see, because we've had over since Thanksgiving, since the Black Friday special, we've had almost 200,000 views on Illuminescence videos on YouTube, and people keep asking, can I this? Can I this? And the answer has been no. It's the remote, and enjoy it. And the two things that have been asked for the most are, can I control it with my phone? And can I set my own color?
Right. So, I mean, there's solutions for every price point and every style of product. That's the great thing about the Monster Illuminescence line. And this is definitely the capstone. This is, we went all the way to the top and blew off the ceiling, so now we've got infinite options.
Very cool. Well, I'm loving all this. I cannot wait to see them out in the wild in the second quarter.
Yep.
If people want more information about all of the things we've got here, how can they get it?
We will have it available online, and we'll make sure to get you all the links and everything so you can bump it out to your viewers.
Fantastic. I appreciate it.
Awesome.
Well,
thank
thanks
you.
for coming and talking to us today.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, and with that, I am going to help her get all of this together, and I'm going to switch out with Marlo, who is here now to take over, and I think we've got some people in the pipeline. It looks like
This one that fell, it's just gone now.
it's an empty box, so it's not going to do too much for you. So,
Alrighty, I'm going to go to a splash screen and turn off audio.
all right, ciao.
with Scott.
And welcome back, everybody. Here we are at CES 2020. Mr. Dave Blair sitting next to me.
No. Rockin'
Dave Blair. That's
yeah,
right. That's right.
Better.
And, of course, Marlo Anderson right here. And we are the host of the Tech Ranch. We come out of Mandan, North Dakota.
Bismarck, Mandan.
That's right.
Okay.
Up there in north. So anyway, we're here. We're at the Sands CES Live booth. Behind us, you're seeing the Sands exhibit hall here. And, Dave, you can take show everybody the back of your head, Dave. That's great. Fantastic. Yeah. So anyway, so what's your take on the show so far, Dave?
Well, it was interesting because yesterday I was here and while they were setting up, and it's just confusion going on when they're setting up. But like anything else, I'm always impressed by CES. I went over to the Showstoppers yesterday and saw some of the really new, coolest things. And there was like Shark Tank competition, and definitely enjoy that. I've been over there a couple times.
Yep.
But I haven't really got a chance to roam too much. We're going to get down to Eureka Park a little later because that's really
always a place to go. It's always amazed me. I think, 1,400 booths down there this year at Eureka Park.
Yep.
I remember 6 years ago when there were, I think it was 10.
Really?
That thing has just exploded. I mean, last year was just, it's its own show, basically.
Yeah, it is.
It really is.
You've got every country almost
every country's there.
Too.
1,400 new startups. It's the world's largest startup show. It really
is.
So
pretty interesting.
Pretty amazing.
Good place to be.
So,
yep.
And I think our first guest, the next guest on the show, but our first guest, Caroline, how you doing?
Thank you.
Hi, Caroline.
Hi.
Great to have you on the show today.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to be with you.
Yes. So
you're not from North Dakota, are you?
How do you tell?
So who are you with?
I am with Leighton. So
okay.
I'm CMO of Leighton, actually. And I came here with 5 startups at Eureka Park that are the winners of our contest. And we organized a contest in August and September last year. And it was dedicated to sustainable innovation. And we received a lot of application. That was really great.
So you're out of France, right?
I'm from France, yeah.
Yep.
But the company Leighton is an international consultancy firm. So.
Okay. So tell us about the competition. How does that work?
Yeah, well, basically we launched the competition on a platform that's called Agorize, and all the startups in 9 different countries could, put their applications on that platform, and they had to present sustainable innovation, so something that was in green tech or social benefit. And we got more than 200 applications for different countries, so US, Canada, UK, Spain, Italy, Poland, France. And so we selected two startups from each country.
Okay.
We did it with a local jury, so people that were specialized in sustainability or in innovation. And then we had the grand jury somehow from several countries who selected the 5 winners, and the prize was to come here and have a booth at the Eureka Park. So.
Awesome. So you have 5 of them here.
Yeah.
So can you tell us a little bit about each of the 5 companies that are representing?
Yeah, absolutely. We have 2 companies from the US. One is called GrowPod. They have found an innovation that helps growing vegetables in some kind of fridge, so you can, have your own vegetables at home, and it grows quite fast, so it's quite fascinating. We have another US company which is called Retro Labs, who has a camera in the fridge that gives you information on the due dates, what you have in the fridge. You can see it when you are at the store. And so it's an intelligent camera with an application. We also have a company that is called Screwware, who comes from Poland. And it's more about educational, it's an educational package based on 3D printing. So you print the component of a robot that you can assemble, and then you can program what the robot's going to do, and everything is built for schools, so that schools can have the children work with 3D printing and also with robots and programming.
So to this point, you have a company that will grow food quickly at home. You have sensors in your refrigerator that will tell me if that food's gone bad.
Yeah.
And then you now have a robot that will remove the bad food from my refrigerator. That's fantastic.
That could help.
Okay.
Yeah.
Company 4.
Yeah, the Company 4 is an Italian one, and they have developed sensor that gives you that. If you have that at home, you may be able to get data on the air and is it polluted or is it good. And the idea is to create a community and that everyone has this kind of capture, and it will give the data at a city level. So that's their objective.
Okay.
And the last one is here with me. It's BEFC. It's a French company. And it's what we like to call a game changer. They are our favorite one because they have developed, and I'm going to be very bad at explaining that, but they have developed a battery that is based on paper and that you can use for disposable material like pregnancy tests. At the moment you have like normal battery, you just throw it away and it goes, in nature, and nobody recycles it. And with this kind of battery, I have them here, so it's very small and very easy to use, and it's they activate themselves, and then when you throw it away, it's it just
amazing.
No recycling. Yeah, it's really amazing. And they are targeting first disposable material for health, because it's a lot of people and a lot of material that is thrown away like this. But obviously, you could use it for a really larger type of material. So.
It weighs almost nothing.
Yeah.
It's very, very light.
So what's the idea of launching this? I mean, is it just right now you have it at the show? What's the next steps to getting this to consumers?
Yeah, well, the next steps obviously is to work with companies that build those pregnancy tests or other type of tests that we do in health, and then the consumer will have nothing to do actually. There will be no difference for him, but
gotcha.
It will be recycled. I mean, not recycle. It's going to be.
So if it's a throwaway test of some kind, they're just going to dispose of it. There's no other. Okay. So you're not. Even the test kit itself doesn't even have to have a place for a battery anymore or anything. So it even makes the test kit much smaller, much more environmentally friendly as well. So
yeah, and imagine all those toys you get for 1 day or 2 days. You have that battery in it, and you just don't use it any longer. It's not a problem because it's not going to pollute the earth any longer.
So is he looking at investors to take on this? Of course. Money's good, right? All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. They have already got some funds, and they worked a lot with the public research agency in France.
Okay.
So now they have to, launch it.
Yeah.
So are you going to? Are we having Dr. Jules coming on here shortly, or is he just kind of standing in the background for moral support?
No, that would be great if he could come.
Sure.
Yeah.
So before we do that, though, I have one more question for you. Is this competition going to go on again for the next year's CES?
Yeah. Well, in fact, what is really important for us is that we help a lot of companies of all sizes to get funds for innovation. That's what we do every day. That's what our thousands of consultants do every day. And what we noticed is that we can do much more in terms of sustainable innovation. There are some governments today that have developed specific claims for, especially in Italy, for companies that do sustainable innovation. So we really want to promote that and help our clients doing more and get funds for that. So yes, the answer is definitely we'll do that contest for next year too.
And where can people go to get more information?
Yeah.
Can they go online? Do you have?
Yeah, they can go online.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay,
so
no worries.
Leighton.com.
Okay, very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you,
simple.
Carolyn, and we're
Thank
going to
you.
just swap out with you real quick. So
Yeah.
with Jules there. Thank you, Carolyn.
And
So-
Marlo, we just have about 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Next one's here.
Thank you. So, Dr. Jules.
Hey, Dr. Jules.
So
Hi,
nice to
hi
meet
Marlo.
you.
Hi, Dave.
Nice to have you
Yeah.
on the show.
Yes.
So that's pretty amazing. So what is your vision with this very light, very
Flexible.
very nondescript battery that you got going on here?
The real goal is there's a trend towards wearable and portable sensors, particularly in the medical device sector. An example would be the continuous glucose monitor for diabetes.
I have diabetes, so yeah.
The leading manufacturer at the moment for wearable patches
Sure.
produce over 100 million per year. And these large companies are looking for sustainable alternatives to miniature batteries containing lithium. And that's where our company comes in. We produce a fully paper biofuel cell. Like a hydrogen fuel cell, we use fuel to generate electricity.
Sure.
Our fuel is glucose and oxygen. The key here is it's sustainable, it's natural, it's biosourced. It's just a series of paper layers, and it produces electricity.
What gave you the inspiration to do this?
Well, actually, I'm a doctor in electrochemistry,
Okay.
and it's something our laboratory in Grenoble in France have been developing for decades.
Okay.
We're the first group to implant a biofuel cell in animals. The original goal was to power pacemakers with this technology, but the road to market is too long, so we look to switch to a paper format, and that's where our paper biofuel cells come in.
So there's going to be a whole bunch of applications that you probably even haven't even thought of yet.
If you skip medical, you're looking at logistics and packaging.
Yeah.
Okay, very
Yeah.
good. I know we're very short on time. We really appreciate you just kind of hopping in here real
Yeah.
quick. It's very, very impressive.
Yes.
And I see, I'm just thinking to myself the kind of applications that will be that you'll be able to use this for in the future. So
are you down in Eureka Park then?
We are
Okay.
booth 51051.
Okay.
We'll stop down there.
You
'Cause
bet.
we'll
Can do.
probably do another interview with you through the Red Tech
No
Ranch.
problem. Come and
And-
see it in action. Watch
Yeah. We'll
do
us
that.
produce electricity from paper.
that'd be great. And where do we find out more information about you?
Go on our website, www.befc.global.
Very good.
Awesome.
Thank
Thanks,
you very
Dr.
much.
Jules.
Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot.
Appreciate you coming on the show.
Okay.
So that's pretty amazing, Dave.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, this is cool. They came to us.
I know.
We
I know.
didn't have
That's
to go
great.
to them.
Yeah, yeah. No, and again, everybody, we are coming to you live from CES 2020. Rockin' Dave Blair to my left, Marlo Anderson,
Guru of Geek to my right.
and we're coming to you from CES 2020 at CES Live. So what you're seeing
Yeah.
behind us is the Sands part of the expo. And one of many, many areas here in Las Vegas that are being utilized for CES. I mean, there's the convention center, which is huge.
Oh.
Millions of square feet. Millions of square feet here.
There's actually people that are supposed to help you find, like yesterday, they didn't even know where this booth was.
Yeah. Well, it's
so
just
typical.
It's just so amazing how large this is and how many people
Yeah.
are here.
Oh.
And they're expecting about 180,000 people at this year's show.
And it's
so.
this exciting atmosphere.
Yeah, it
to
really
be
is.
here.
It
Yep,
really
you
is.
feel the vibes.
Yep.
Definitely.
So yeah, we're excited to be here again. Have you seen anything that really sticks out for you so far?
No, I mean, I want to go over there and see this flying taxi.
Oh yeah, that'll be cool to
Yeah,
see.
you know, Hyundai is coming out with that.
Yes,
They say
yes.
that by 2023 they're going to be flying around. So the Jetsons are here.
They are here. And you know, I've been in 31 autonomous vehicles now to date.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
31. I don't know if anybody else has been in more
No,
different than I have.
doubt that.
So I'm pretty excited to maybe make that 32
Okay.
with the flying car. So
That's
we'll
right.
have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Although I was in one about 8 or 9 months ago now, the E-Hang.
Oh, sure. Yep.
One that out in the desert here.
Yep.
So
and I was
that
on
interesting.
last year.
So-
I was flying a motorcycle.
Yes, that's right. That's right. So
I didn't get to fly it, but
So anyway, we'll banter with you here later on
Yep,
with some other things.
that's
We
right.
have another wonderful guest, Leon Paul. How you doing, Leon?
hi, Leon.
Good, great to be here. Thanks.
We're
Nice to meet
excited
you.
to
Nice
have
to
you
meet
here
you.
as well.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
so you're here at CES. Is this your first experience here?
We've actually exhibited in CES for the last 4 years.
Okay.
For me personally, it is the first time, though.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Very
Pretty
excited to be here.
overwhelming. A little,
It's bigger than anything that I've been to.
It's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. And where are you from, Leon?
So I'm from Israel,
Okay.
and our company is based in Israel. And yeah, it's amazing to be here. Absolutely.
So why don't you tell us a little bit about what we're going to, well, tell us about what your company is, how we find out more information, and then we'll get into your line here. So.
Absolutely. So Orcam Technologies is an Israeli tech firm that was established in 2010 by two entrepreneurs who, prior to establishing Orcam, created another interesting company called Mobileye, which is also exhibiting here at CES.
Yes.
And they specialize in computer vision and artificial intelligence for the automotive arena. You were just talking about
exactly.
driverless vehicles,
Yes.
so they're at the core of that. So that company was sold to Intel a couple of years ago for $15.3 billion, which is the largest ever acquisition of an Israeli tech firm.
Wow.
So, but anyway, that's the backstory.
Okay.
In 2010, those two entrepreneurs, Professor Shashua and Ziv Aviram, created Orcam in order to apply the same core technological discipline, computer vision, artificial intelligence, not to cars, but to human needs. And since 2010, we've been developing technologies specifically for people who need assistance. And the most obvious choice for computer vision is, in terms of human needs, is people with vision loss. So we've created a device called Orcam My Eye, which is a wearable camera for people who are blind or visually impaired that enables them to read any text that is around them, recognize the people around them, recognize products, colors, banknotes, much more, and all in a simple wearable device that sits onto any pair of glasses.
Well, that's interesting. So,
because you obviously have the product right here.
I do.
So, wow. So I'm visually impaired, and I'm at a bank, and I can just is it voice enabled?
So it is actually voice enabled,
Okay.
but I can actually demonstrate it to you,
That'd be
and I
great.
think it'll come across because it's all audio. Basically, it's translating the visual world into audio.
Yes.
Which is perfect for a podcast, of course.
Yeah.
Sure.
So so I've got this little device. It's about the size of a finger, and it snaps onto with a little magnetic attachment onto any pair of glasses. And all I need to do is put on these glasses. And I've got a document in front of me with some text on it. Let me just make sure this is okay. I don't know if the audio is coming across.
a little bit.
Pull the microphone up to it there.
Great. Okay, so I'm just going to point to this text.
Okay.
And you're going to hear what it says.
Our statement, the one mission statement of the American Museum of Natural History is to discover, interpret, and disseminate through scientific research and education knowledge about.
Okay,
So you just shut it off with putting your hand there?
So
That's
it
right.
works with gestures as well.
Yeah.
Right, so it's recognizing simple human gestures, and for people who are listening, what I did was I just pointed towards the document. That triggered the camera on the device to capture what it was seeing and to immediately read back to me the text on the page. And I stopped it by putting my outstretched hand just in front of the camera on top of the page so it sees that human gesture. So basically, it's something that anyone can use. You only have to point. And that's really important because this is a device for people with a disability, people who are visually impaired or blind. So it has to be very, very simple to use, and a lot of our users are elderly or not particularly technology-oriented. So investing in making it really simple to use has been really key to the development of this product.
So obviously the device is pretty smart. Are you connected with this device as well? I mean, do you have to have an internet feed coming into it so it can continue to work, or is everything stored on the device?
Well, actually, this is one of the interesting things about this device and about these about Orcam. It is not connected to the internet. It's all happening in real time on the device, and that's really a part of our specialization, is creating these small wearable devices that can operate privately, and that's very important to a lot of our users, without sending all of the data and all of what they're seeing up to the cloud or to some other location. So, so it doesn't require the internet for its core functionality. We can connect it to the internet in order to receive software updates. So what you do is you just connect it at home to your Wi-Fi network, and once you get home at the end of the day, you plug it into a power source. If there's any software updates available, it'll automatically download them and install them on the device. Now that's really important because we're investing a lot in creating new functions and capabilities on this device, which means that our users all the time get the latest and greatest features that we're releasing down to the device. One of the new features that we're debuting here at CES is, you mentioned voice or interactive interface. So yes, we've created a human speech recognition interaction with the device. So all I need to do is double tap on the device, start interactive reading. And I'm going to ask it to read the document in front of me. Read everything.
American Museum of Natural History.
Amazing.
American Museum of Natural History located.
I can also ask it to read a certain part of the document. Find fees.
Did you mean read everything?
Find fees.
Couldn't find fees. Let's try.
Gotta love live television, don't you?
Well, give it one more try.
Sure.
One other
Sure.
thing. Find transportation.
Here are the available voice commands. Everything.
Okay. All right, we'll stop that one. But
I got a question. So how many different languages can you interpret?
Exit. Otherwise, it'll keep chatting to us.
Yeah, that's fine.
So yeah, we've developed it to be able to read 28 languages so far. So all of the major languages in the world are covered, and this device is currently available in 50 countries across the world.
What about when a person's walking? Does the device help in that scenario as well?
So it'll first of all it'll help by being able to read street signs, road signs, public transportation notices. So again, that's the textual reading, and it'll read any text that it sees as long as it's large enough for more or less for the eye to see, or the 13 megapixel camera to pick up, then it can read it. In that sense, it helps.
How close do you have to be for that to recognize that sign?
It can be far away as long as the sign is large enough and the text is discernible.
Okay.
Okay. But another feature that we are also introducing here, I can't demonstrate it on this device right now, is something that we call mobility. Now, it's not navigation as you walk down the street, but it is finding the doorway in the room that you're in. It's finding the cup that's on the table without spilling it, knowing what objects are in front of you, like a chair or a table. So this kind of lost meter orientation that helps visually impaired people just kind of feel comfortable in their surroundings and be a little bit more independent. This is the kind of mobility feature that we're working on now.
I'm kind of interested in the technology about if for interpreting or translating a language. Let's say I'm English and I'm over in France trying to read something. Would it read that and then transmit it into English?
Currently, no, but it's not a difficult thing to do. The reason that we haven't done that, by the way, that's a question that we get a lot, but from sighted people. Okay, it's not really a core need of people with visual impairments, but it's not a difficult thing to do because we have a Bluetooth connection from the device to a smartphone. So there's an accompanying app. So with that bridge, we have the ability, and we will be adding in value-added services like translation or access into barcode databases to be able to recognize products on the fly, these kinds of things. So that kind of translation capability will be there. But again, it's not one which is core for a visually impaired person.
Well, I'm just thinking, even if I was visually impaired and I'm over at in France and I'm trying to read a menu, okay, and I can't read it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know French.
It'll
So
certainly be able to help you with that. Yes.
that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
So are the obviously the devices are for sale?
Yeah, this device is already on the market. We have tens of thousands of users. It retails at $4,500 for the full product. There's also a reader-only version, which is $3,500. And in some states in the U.S. and some other countries, it's available funded through health insurance systems or various other support systems, welfare systems, state vocational rehabilitation agencies, and so forth.
So your the marketing plan right now is working with I'm just thinking about where like eyeglass. I mean, is this something like like in our area we have a low vision business. So would this be that type of business then that would probably pick this up?
Yeah, this would certainly sit within the low vision business.
Okay.
This is a specialist a kind of channel for that specific market of visual impairments. But actually, we're starting to branch out into additional human needs. We've spoken about visual impairments so far. Another area that we've been working on, using the same technology, we have a handheld device for people who have dyslexia or learning difficulties or reading fatigue. So they might not be visually impaired, but they need some audio input in order to be able to help them consume more text. And so it's just a pen-like reader, which you'll snap a picture of the page and it'll read to you. Another area of disability that we're debuting here at CES and for which we received a CES Innovation Award is another AI wearable that connects to hearing aids. And this is a very exciting development because hearing aids suffer from a problem that has been unsolved for many, many years. And that is, it's called the cocktail party effect. In a noisy environment, the hearing aid amplifies everything. I see you've just pulled out a hearing aid here.
I know. I struggle a lot.
Okay, so in a noisy environment, as you probably know, the hearing aid amplifies all of the sound.
Right.
Which makes it very, very difficult to discern anything. And you very often see people either disengage from conversation or simply remove their hearing aids in a noisy environment. What we've done is we've coupled with the hearing aid a wearable camera, smart wearable camera. It's about this size. It's a small, it's about, I don't know, how would you describe the size? About 5 centimeters long.
Yeah.
And that sees who's speaking to me. It identifies the sound and sees the lip movements, so it's reading your lip movements and syncing that up with the sound so that it can isolate the sound of the person that is actually speaking to me and clear out all of the sounds, all of the other noise around it. So I'll get your voice directly into my hearing aid and can have a meaningful conversation with you despite all of this noise around me.
So I hate to do this to you, but we are out of time. But where do we find out more information?
So go to www.orcam.com. It's all on the website.
Okay.
And yeah.
Extremely fascinating.
Oh, wow.
And congratulations on an amazing product. I think this is a product that will change the world. So
yeah, it definitely is a game changer. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks you very much to Leon.
Thanks, Leon. Take care.
Thank you.
Do you have a card?
So again, we're coming to you from CES 2020.
Thank you.
And Dave in his normal style is collecting cards.
Oh man, I'm a business card junkie. You guys know that.
Yeah, you collect cards all the time. So.
Yep.
In fact, they should just come with a card right away, right? Isn't
I know that.
An Asian tradition when you greet with
well,
somebody
I've seen more and more people doing that. I mean, I just throw it at them, and they don't like that.
Yep.
But anyway.
Yep.
So, hey, we're excited. That was awesome.
That was awesome. Yes.
Yeah, it really was.
Yes. So, I think we're going to be smiling now, Dave. As we're waiting. So anyway, CES Live 2020, we're at the Sands, and you can see the Sands behind us here. Rock and Dave Blair with Marlo Anderson, and we are being joined by
Kim.
Hello, Kim.
Kim Porter. Yes. I knew a Kim Porter.
Hang on a second, Dave. I think we're waiting on. I'm not hearing her yet.
I'm not.
So hopefully there we go. I think we're getting caught up now. Try it again.
Hi, guys.
Very good.
There you go,
Yes,
Kim.
yes.
Well,
I
good.
bet you can hear us now too, can't you?
I can.
Like I said, I know a Kim Porter.
There's a
Now
lot
I
of
know
us.
another one. Yeah, but
I'm not blonde, though.
well, yeah, it's still, you look very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, tell us a little bit about your company, and we can get into a few questions.
That sounds great. I am at a company called Laura DiCarlo. We kind of became famous last year. We were awarded an Innovation Robotics Award by CES, and it was revoked because it was profane and obscene. And so we did.
So now you're here to embarrass us. No,
so then
no,
we
I'm just
did
kidding.
a.
I'm kidding.
Why
is it I feel like I'm going to turn 50 Shades of Red?
Because you already are.
Okay.
Yeah. Doesn't take much.
So not only did they give us our award back, they asked us to help formulate some new policies as far as what is happening at CES. So
fantastic.
regarding the booth babes and having more women be speakers, keynote speakers, and the like. So we are back with the product that they gave us our award back to, which is probably the biggest thing.
Okay.
They gave us our award back, and now we are back with 2 more awards that we received this year for 2 other products that will be launching at the end of March.
Did you have to fight to get it back reinstated again, or did they just feel like, no, man, we made a mistake? Or
I don't believe they realized the backlash that they were going to get.
Okay.
And so when they realized the PR we were getting and the support that we had, I don't think they had a choice. So there wasn't a lot of fighting, but we're about equality and equality in all pleasures, sexual health and wellness and everything. And we didn't feel it was fair. There's no reason why there could be, porn robotic devices on the CES floor and we couldn't have a robot.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't you tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here?
So this is OSE, and it is a dual stimulation massager. So it is, there's a little micro robot that stimulates your G-spot and a little micro robot that stimulates your C-spot. And let's hope this battery is not dead and we can show you. Because the best thing is to have your expressions of faces when they actually touch it. So just put your thumb over that.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And then the G.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So, and it's customizable. As we know, everyone's anatomy is very different. So you can position this to the optimum place and turn it on, and then it's hands-free.
So obviously you're on the market already?
Yep, we're selling this. You can go to lauradicarlo.com.
Okay.
And like I said, we have 2 more products that will be launching the end of March, which is essentially the C portion and then the G portion independently in products called Bocce and Onda.
And what is the retail on this?
$290.
Okay.
So what kind of protection does the consumer have with this, with not getting, you have to wipe it off and
it's waterproof. Wash it with soap and water. You're good to go.
Okay. So what kind of feedback? I mean, you've gotten good positive and
I love
negative.
that you're smiling and you're like, you got 2 guys here that have no idea how we're supposed to ask questions right now.
Yeah, I know that.
And we're trying.
I have one of my engineers here. She could come up and ask some good questions.
Right. And we're definitely not going into demonstration mode either here.
So, but I'm also interested though. I mean, what kind of feedback have you had from
That's a
ladies
great question. So we said at the end of CES last year we were going to launch in the fall. It's 2 robots in one. It's basically 3 products in one. It's been complicated, so we're launching a little bit late. We're shipping at the end of January, so a couple months late. But more importantly, what we have found is we were worried. We had a goal of $1 million in revenue in 2019. So as our deadline for production got pushed out and pushed out and pushed out, our business, advisors were like, whoa. And so we were calling it the $1 million March. And we made $1 million in the first 5 hours at a pre-launch.
Oh my goodness.
So we have hit more than 3 million right now by the end of 2019. So there's a demand. People want this. There is a demand
Yep.
for sexual health and wellness out there. And it's not a vibrator. That's the key.
Right.
This
So
is not a standard vibrator.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure.
Okay.
So a vibrator is basically a motor that rotates, and it has a off-center mass, a weight. So when it spins, it creates an off-center feeling or vibration. Our product has no vibrators in it. It is all mechanisms that are moving, either linkages or balls. You can obviously see this as a ball. And so it's mechanisms. It's an efficient way to mimic or biomimic human motion. You can't get the biomimic with a vibrator. And it also isn't, a lot of women become insensitive to vibrators over time. This guy's just grinning. You're like making me laugh. This is hilarious. And so is the producer dude over there. He has no idea what to do.
I had no clue when you showed up, but right away I'm going, that looks sexual to me. But
look how it moves.
Yeah. Okay. Does it come in different colors?
One color right now.
Okay.
The other two colors are.
That is a great question. Yes. What other colors is it going to be?
Know.
I love
These
it.
guys, are we on video? These guys
of course we are.
red.
Yeah.
Look at this guy's red.
I am.
Yeah.
I started
Oh,
red in this
man.
conversation.
So we have.
Well, his wife's right over there too, so it probably had something to do
So
with it.
Bocce is a nice, kind of soft pink color, and then Onda is a green.
Okay.
So we have a
Okay.
branded color palette.
Awesome.
No red though.
No red.
Okay. Just saying because it would match me right now.
It was one of
so,
the options at one point, but
Okay.
yeah.
Great.
So who invented this? You?
So the concept came from our CEO and founder, Laura Haddock DiCarlo.
Okay.
And she had a blended orgasm in her 20s and with a partner, and she's like, I got to do that again. And so for years and years and years, she started collecting data. She's like, how can I make this happen again? And nothing existed on the market. And so she was, I don't remember, she was in a venue at some point, and someone was asking her about it. And she just basically went up to the whiteboard and sketched it all out. And the person was like, that's an elevator speech. That is his pitch. You've got a product here. Let's make it happen. So raised $3.2 million in funding. Partnered with the Oregon State University's robotics lab to get the initial concepts rolling, hired an amazing engineering team. We have a marketing sales team, and we're selling.
What's your position with the company?
I am the director of engineering.
All right. And where's this
we
manufactured at?
We haven't even looked at our show
I
notes
know.
yet.
I saw. I looked a little bit.
These guys are all laughing. I'm having as much fun as you guys watching
good.
these guys.
You know something? You should.
So you should be having a
we're
good time, yes,
we're just
yes.
fun guys to be around. And so where is this manufactured at?
It's manufactured in China, and our robotics lab has been in Corvallis, Oregon, associated with Oregon State University, which is one of the top robotics universities in the country, for the past year. We're moving our innovation lab now to Bend, Oregon, which is where the headquarters of Laura DiCarlo is. So we'll be moving there the end of the month.
Okay.
So you selling this on
Online.
Amazon?
Selling it online. You can go to lauradicarlo.com and buy it right now.
Okay. Very
Just
good.
do it.
Well, okay. I got one more question. So is this more popular than in the U.S. than in China?
Right now, we're selling mostly in the U.S. and Canada, and there's some in Europe. We're going worldwide the end of March.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
Awesome.
We're right at that time right now that we'll stop being embarrassed.
Mic drop.
So yes. Anything else you want to share with us?
LauraDiCarlo.com. It's a great team. It's a great product, and we're out there to increase health and wellness.
Well, you're
for everyone.
You're back at
Yes.
CES.
Yeah.
All right.
Stronger than ever.
Yes.
Exactly.
And just vibrating.
Yes. Ba-dum bum.
Bump, bump, bump.
So thank
Sweet.
you, Kim.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Pleasure.
Thanks for
Nice
coming on the
meeting
show. We
All right.
appreciate it. Yes.
Hey, do you got a card? I'm a card collector.
Well,
I don't. What's that?
thank you.
Oh, you did it. Oh, okay. Well, we can be. Thanks, Kim.
We're getting bloopers in. We are live, by the way.
Yeah.
So we're still on.
Yeah.
Well, do you want the bloopers for later? Never mind.
What did you say?
No.
Yeah.
You're good. You're
So do you walk around the show with that all day? And then people, where at? Oh, really? I'll come by and we'll make you laugh again. I
right.
probably have some more questions.
Thanks, Kim. And again,
We
are
got
live.
set up. You know that, right? Where's Scott?
Oh my
Where's
goodness! Yeah,
Scott?
we're gonna have to have a chat with Scott. So we're live at CES.
I hope you
2020.
can follow this one.
It doesn't get any more live than
I
what
know.
you just watched right there, basically. So, oh my goodness. I'm still, Robert, thank you. I'm still going to be red during most of this year.
That's all right. It doesn't take much to get you red.
No, that's
anyway,
true. That's
too,
very,
so.
very true.
I take it was fully charged and ready to go.
Yeah, it was. I see you were volunteering to take our spot in that last interview. That's for sure.
I know that was a great setup. So anyway, well, now
Anyway,
we're back
yes,
to
yeah.
reality here.
Yeah.
I guess that was reality too. So
Robert, so I'm not seeing my show notes here yet, but
Okay.
Robert
Di Loretto.
Di Loretto. Okay.
Di
Very
Loretto,
nice. Very nice.
Cambridge,
Massachusetts.
Oh, very nice.
MIT.
Yes.
Country.
There you go.
Is that, did you go to school there?
Well, I went to Boston College.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay. I'm not
I'm
not a
better-
fan of Boston College because they beat University of North Dakota in hockey,
Hockey, that's
about
right.
7-8 years ago. I was at that game, but anyway,
Very
great
exciting.
to have you,
Yes,
Robert.
yeah.
Thank you very much for having me.
You bet. You bet. So how's the show going so far?
Very good. Yeah.
And first time here, or
Third year in a row.
Okay, very nice.
And where's your booth at?
Down at 41270. So we're here in the Sands.
Okay.
Just down near the smart home section.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, wow.
Very
Okay.
nice. All right.
So we're going to talk about smart homes.
Yes, at least I'm guessing that's what we're
Well, I
talking
don't know. If now, you know.
Why don't you show us what you got here, Robert?
Yeah, so we're in the IoT, the software embedded space, IoT space.
Okay.
Okay.
So we work with large manufacturers. This is an example of a customer, Iridium, where we help design and develop their products faster, cheaper, and help them scale and go to market.
Okay.
So I just wanted to bring an example of a customer. This is Iridium. I can talk about what we did, and this is just like I said, a use case I can focus on along with other customers.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
Another customer is Polar smartwatches.
Okay.
So we'll have a lot to talk about, and
Wonderful.
I'll keep it as non-technical as I can.
You can talk as long as you want until you see this, and that
Okay.
means we're coming to the end of our segment. So there
Fantastic.
you go. All right. So
So do you bring different products to the marketplace? Is what I'm picking up.
Yes, we're very big in key sectors like smartwatches,
Okay.
meters like Landis and Gear, the smart meters that measure electricity and gas, and
Okay.
printers like Zebra printers.
yeah. We use a Zebra printer for shipping, as a matter of fact. So yes,
Exactly.
Yeah.
So all of their millions and millions of printers have us embedded
Okay.
into their particular device.
Interesting. Okay.
So, and also other products in like a Whirlpool, appliances, things like that. So
okay.
small appliances, large appliances. So those
Okay.
are like the major 4 or 5 sectors we're involved in.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what you brought here then.
Okay,
and
are we
the
going live now?
We
or-
are.
We've been live
since
we've
you
been
started
live
talking.
the whole time.
Fantastic. Okay, great.
Okay.
So
Here I am thinking it's warm up.
well, there is no warm up when
No,
we're behind.
that's all right.
Bring me-
You're doing really good,
Bring me
Robert.
to the plate. So,
So yeah, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you brought us here and the
Great.
process of you working with this company to make their product happen.
Great. And even taking a little bit of a step back and leading into that, the reason they selected us is that we provide a very unique solution in the marketplace. Companies that need low power, lower, smaller bill of material, long shelf life, we're able to provide that environment with MicroEdge. If you draw an analogy with Android and MicroEdge, we're 1,000 times smaller than the footprint of an Android. What that means is companies like Iridium and others can use the very smallest microprocessors, small bill of material, and still embed the necessary functionality and connectivity that they need. So I brought this as an example company.
Okay. So what does this do?
This is a GPS tracker. Also embedded is an accelerometer and also heat sensors. So if you look at some of the maritime companies, you look at some of the fisheries, you look at other maritime organizations, they want to keep track of their boats, their fisheries, all of their inventory, and also a lot of the transportation to know exactly and pinpointing where that information is and where that equipment is en route to point A to point B. So it's leveraging low-level satellites, doing this at very low power. And the other advantage that we provide these platforms is, and we're seeing this as a real trend out there, is we're able to allow customers or their customers and partners to develop apps that can be downloaded onto these platforms. So what's interesting, when I look at a Zebra printer, if I look at this Iridium product, it's almost like it's a smartphone platform. We're converting these pieces of equipment into almost like smartphones. So for the first time, they're able to create a branded apps marketplace with these secure apps sandboxed, can then be either written by the manufacturer, like an Iridium, or by their customers, over the air, downloaded to add additional functionality, capabilities, and use cases. So it really helps future-proof the product.
So you're taking almost like I'm thinking of like Lennox and Nest.
Right.
Like for your home thermostat or Ring for your doorbell.
Perfect.
All of this stuff has this embedded technology in it where you can sync it to your Google Home, you can sync it to your smartphone, you can do whatever. So you're taking these products, even though they may not be so, like you said, you're putting these on boats.
Right.
But at the same time, you still have the ability to talk to this device if you need to.
Exactly. Or
Yeah.
these may be, floating in the Atlantic. Understanding, shifts of tide, tides and things like that. So yeah, very much so. And the other use case is, I'll say Polar and the smartwatch. Very interesting because originally this watch had a different bill of material. It had a higher end microprocessor, a different operating system. Make a long story short, we were able to take $8 of cost out of each watch because they were able to reduce the bill of material, go to a much more compact microprocessor, along with being able to develop this very, very quickly. So with our embedded environment. So the companies like you just mentioned, Nest or Ring, our value proposition to them is basically what you're doing is fantastic, but if you really want to look at furthering or reducing your bill of material and adding functionality, MicroEdge would be an excellent opportunity.
Did you hear that Ring?
That ends in a G, I believe, R-I-N-G. Perfect.
Yeah. So how many different products does your microchip in right now?
37 million. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
So there are 37 million powered by MicroEdge devices.
Okay.
So we raised our first Series A about 6 years ago. Been self-funded since then, reinvested our own $30 million into the product. And we originally we have about 55 people in the company, based in France, but also here in the U.S., and I'm out of Boston, and we're scaling that operation. So going very, very well.
Very nice. So is your team basically engineers, and or do you actually do your own production as well?
It's funny, our CEO will brag to say we have 55 employees and only 3 are in sales or operations. I'm one of them. I'm running, the U.S.
Okay.
So highly engineering, R&D development.
Gotcha.
We have some services, but we're really empowering our customers to adopt our environment and then be a standalone from there and really scale across all product lines and millions of devices.
Sounds like your CEO treats your company as more of an inbound type of, because you have a great quality product, so companies are looking for you the way it sounds, so which is great.
50-50.
Okay.
We're very focused, meaning we want to concentrate only on those 5 major verticals, and we're very proactive because I find if you're dealing with a multi-billion-dollar company, we're very good at connecting with the C-suites, proactively understanding what their initiatives are and to what extent we can add value immediately and over time. That's where we want the sponsorship and the roadmap as far as, well, how are we going to get this done in time. So that's a lot of proactiveness that takes place. That has a lot of payoff, but also shows like this, you know, we're representing the product, I think, very well in the industries we serve. So you do get people coming by, and also with the marketing, some inbound. So it's starting to be a balance. Before it was a very proactive. Now we're starting to harvest some very interesting leads.
Yep.
So how long you guys been around?
Just about 6 years.
6 years.
Yes.
And you've been here at CES for 3 years.
Yes.
So do you guys? I mean, obviously you're improving your chip constantly, right?
Right.
What kind of competition do you guys have out there? I mean, this is amazing. I don't think you have a lot that can touch what you guys are doing.
It's true. I mean, you know, it's really Android, or you're doing things in Linux or C, or, you know, handcrafting the overall solution. And you know, I'm glad you brought up the chips, because we can go to market very quickly. We have partnerships with all the major chip manufacturers and companies, and ST, and NXP, an Espressive, and others. So we don't really care what's inside. You know, we will flash to it once we are developed and have the right functionality and connectivity. So we're able to go to market very quickly. It's not, oh, okay, now we have to adapt our product to yet another platform. We're already there, and those are very healthy relationships, and others include like Scilabs and Sierra Wireless from Bluetooth, Wi-Fi connectivity. So we're out of that. We can adapt very quickly and help best of breed, right? Really understand from a recommendation standpoint how they should really think about these things and our role.
So Robert, where do we? Oh, go ahead, Dave.
I was just going to say, so do you have companies saying, hey, we've got this problem, what can you do to help us with this? I mean, understanding what you guys can do for them, but you must have to really dig into, okay, what can we do to help these guys out?
Definitely, and that's where the C-suite connection messaging comes in, because they're all about initiatives, right? They're about time to market, reducing costs, bill of material, leapfrogging competition, understanding a new level of adaptability when we're in connectivity with the cloud, because we provide that ecosystem as well, device level data, and we have all the cloud and the connections. So the opportunity for them is, we don't do anything with the data. We provide a whole new level of data. Now what you do with it, from deep learning, AI, intervention, pattern recognition, that's all yet another benefit. So they're looking at doing those things as well.
All right, you're out of time now.
Yeah.
I want more.
You didn't think you were live right away. You got extra.
I started off a little slow. Talked about Boston College.
You finished strong though, Robert.
Yeah, you did.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was great having you on the show, Robert.
Thank you,
Pleasure.
And where do we find more information about your company?
www.microedge.com.
All right.
And what's your booth number?
Booth number? I'm going to double check this.
Okay.
I didn't get that at all.
I didn't get that.
42.
42767. 42767. All right.
All right.
42767.
So if you guys are here, stop by their booth. Pretty
please.
interesting. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
All
Robert.
right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Take care.
Thanks,
All right.
Robert.
A lot
Take
of
care.
fun.
Yep.
So, thanks, Elsie. You didn't ask for a card?
Nice, guys.
Did you get a card? All right. So, next up.
Thanks, Robert.
Thanks, Robert.
Appreciate
We'll see
it.
ya.
Well, think back about all the new technologies, and obviously we got something really cool coming here.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So.
I'm a visual guy, even though we are a radio show. Thank God I got that radio face.
Well, as I'm sitting here thinking, you're not used to being on TV, are you?
No,
because
but I don't. I think
when you're
I'm on the
air,
radio. Yeah,
you're leaning back or whatever. You got to remember you're on
but this
television
is. I
now.
don't care though. This is Rockin' Dave, and he's just relaxing. And no, I'm thinking I'm on the radio anyway.
Yes.
Anyway.
So
hey,
welcome.
How do you pronounce your name?
It's Yuting.
Yuting.
Very nice. Welcome to the show, Yuting.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Yes. Well, we're excited to have you here too, and especially since you brought us such a cool-looking toy. I'm guessing it's some type of toy.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's also a robot. So it's the first plush robot.
The first plush robot.
Oh, okay.
Well, this is interesting. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your company first, and then I'm going to guess you are able to give us a little demonstration.
Yes.
Okay.
I will.
So tell us about what your company is, where you're located at, all that good stuff.
Yeah. So my company is Thinker Tinker. So we transform screen time into a meaningful active playtime for kids. We want to merge physical active play with the power of digital apps. So we created Octobo, our interactive system, which is a plush robot that can sense kids like different interactions, but also provide a lot of physical activities that can boost their learning.
Okay. So when you interact with it, are you using some type of smart app, I'm guessing?
So the product is powered by your own device.
Okay.
So it works on both Android and iOS. So families just download their download our apps or on their tablets, and then we just automatically connect to our plush toy. And we also provide storybooks, physical tokens, and all other activities they can use to trigger different emotions and gameplay.
So is it a Bluetooth scenario where your device is okay? Very nice. All right. Well,
so what kind of age group do you cater to?
Yeah, so this product is very unique in a way that we foster exploration and storytelling. So it's not limited to just one set of interactions. It's for a wide group of people, a wide group of age range, and it can actually grow up with kids. So our different story kits, our different apps, it's designed for a different age group, and so kids from 0 to 7 or even 8, 9 years old have a lot of fun with Octobo as well.
I could see this application not just at home, but maybe at daycares and stuff like that then too, preschool. Is that kind of, what's your audience?
So currently we launch with consumer, but we got a lot of inquiries from healthcares or organizations because how the system is built, it's very versatile. So we can actually reskin it into different characters, and we can also develop other products for people that in different segments. So it's not limited to whatever games that we created, because Octobo is a controller himself.
Okay. Well, I need to see this now. So.
Yeah, I do that. And so is this the only one that you have, or do you have different, I can't call them animals.
Well, characters.
Characters.
Yeah.
Is this, you only have one kind of character?
Yes, currently we only have Octobo, but we have Octobo Universe. So Octobo has 4 other friends. You will see them in the game, in the storybook, and we have plans to develop more products in the future.
Okay. So
let's see how it works.
Let's see how it works.
Yeah. This is Octobo. There's sensors in his hands, his body. So when you give him a hug or shake his hands, he will respond you back with different emotion feedback. But at the same time, we also develop physical tokens that comes with the storybook, which unfortunately I don't have it with me. But the storybooks, for example, this is Octobo and the Great Letter Search. So Octobo invites you in a journey to go on a search for different letters, and you will learn vocab words. And when you give Octobo the token, he will show you all of the vocab words that you learned in the storybook in an animated form.
So we're seeing this letter L right now. And when we place this on the tongue, I guess, right?
We call it a bow.
A bow, okay, okay. So can we just flip that around again? I don't know if you guys can get that or not, but yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So you can see the, the eye, the mouth, so that's coming out of the tablet. through Octobo here. So it's very, very clever. Okay, and then we put the letter L down here, and all of a sudden you see some lollipops showing up on the screen, the letter L.
Right.
We also
or
have game-
lion. I thought I saw a lion come up right then too.
Yeah. We also have games. Like for X, it's a xylophone game, so it's like a Guitar Hero. And Octobo's arms is like different color coded. So
Okay.
you see like the tokens coming down, and then you have to move fast and tap on the right color. So our game is like tied in with the story, tied in with how you can use Octobo as a controller, as a medium, to trigger different gameplay instead of being sedentary, just like holding a tablet and do like swipe, like tap.
I'm guessing these are already available.
Yes, we just launched it
Okay.
in the market, and now it's on thinker-tinker.com.
Okay, and what does this retail for?
It's $149 for the starter pack, which includes the plush robot, the first storybooks, tokens, and the app.
And then you just bring your own device. Okay.
Yep.
You
Okay.
guys have this in different colors or anything?
No, like Octobo is like the characters that we're building. So
Okay.
this is his look, but like I said, like he has like other friends, and we're also like working with some partners to make other characters with other people's IP as well.
So who came up with this idea? Is this you?
Yes.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah. It started as my master's thesis. Actually,
Oh, yeah?
I was studying my MFA in interactive media,
Okay.
and my focus is in like combining physical and digital gameplay. So yeah, it started as more like a research focus, but then we got a lot of positive feedback from the public, and it got picked up in some awards and conferences, and yeah, it turns into a company afterwards.
Is this your first time at CES?
It is.
Okay. Are you down in Eureka Park then, or where are you located?
We're at Kids at Play.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome.
So how long have you been developing this?
It's about almost 3 years.
Wow. It's really clever.
Yeah.
And I can see, I'm sure, since you're the developer of this and the founder of this, I bet you have a million ideas about what this thing is going to do in the future.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have a roadmap of different curriculums, and we're actually working on an SDK. So we got a lot of inquiries actually from like healthcare, from education, entertainment. So the next step, like we are not only like building our own product, but Octobo SDK for business will be available for other people if they wanted to build their own like interactive characters.
Well, the nice thing about it is, I mean, you have your own device, your iPad that you bring to this. God, what's the word I'm looking for?
I do not
to
know.
Our to this.
To the platform, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but kind of curious. Where are you selling a lot of these at? All over the world, or did you launch it in the U.S. first, or China?
Yeah,
or?
so we had a Kickstarter campaign which targeted like internationally, so we got like orders all over the world. But currently we're focusing on the North America market. And yeah, of course, like we hope we can expand like globally, but as the initial launch, we'll start with North America.
Okay.
Okay.
And again, where do we find more information?
At thinker-tinker.com.
Thinker-tinker.com.
Tinker. Yeah.
Okay.
Thinker-tinker.com.
Thinker-tinker, Tinker.
Yes.
.com. So thinker, THINKER -tinker.com. Is that your website as well?
Yes.
That's clever. I like
Yep.
that. I
Thank
like that a
you.
lot. So
Hey, this is really cool.
Yeah.
And we got to meet the inventor, and I'm sure you got a lot more, like Marla said, a lot more ideas that'll be popping up. Plus, I'm sure you're getting ideas too, saying, hey, what about this? What about that, right?
Yeah, in a good way, it's because we are building this platform in a very like modular way.
Yep.
So like there's no like really like built-in like strings or like hardware. So it's just like taking triggers. So when families upgrade their tablet, everything is upgraded.
Okay. Well, thinker-tinker.com. You got to go check this out.
Yep.
This is fantastic.
Yep.
So thank you so much for being
Thank
on
you.
the show. So
Appreciate it. Okay.
so
Thanks for
take
having
care
me.
now.
Good luck
You
with
bet.
the show.
You bet.
Thank you.
Do you have a card, please? You have business card?
And just in case you haven't figured this out yet, we are at CES. We are broadcasting live, so you're going to see all of our bloopers as well as everything else. Mr. Dave, the card collector, is catching up on other cards here. Go to thinker-tinker.com.
Yeah,
this is
really
a
cool.
fantastic new
Thanks.
product here. So we've had just a string of amazing products
Yep.
this year. Again, thank you. Have a great show.
Well,
wow.
we've had a lot of variety, to say the least.
Yeah,
you know?
including one that we're never, ever, ever going to stop talking about.
Well,
that's for sure.
probably not. In fact, it's well, we
Yep.
won't go there
Yep,
because
yep.
I'm not. But
So
it's always cool to meet somebody that is the inventor, and that whole thing.
Yep.
And just with her and talking about her thesis and coming up with something.
I
like
love that story.
Yeah.
I talk about this a lot. Where if you're going to build your economy around your house or around your home, right, the town
Yep.
that you live in or whatever, the best thing you can do, in my opinion, is build young entrepreneurs because those people will stay home. So if you're in a community where you're struggling to maybe keep your people, you should be working on building young entrepreneurs because those people will build companies and they will stay home.
That's a great thought.
So
it kind of reminds me of farmers growing up in
Right,
a rural
right.
community and stuff like that, where they had to invent stuff. And man, there's so many devices out there right now that came from farmers.
Yep.
And it probably came from maybe younger kids that going, Dad, we can do this a lot better.
You don't need baling twine on this thing, right? You can make this better. So
Exactly.
So before I came up to the booth here, I was at the Keurig booth. Have you been by that thing yet?
I
so,
have not.
So you know what Keurig is, right? The coffee company,
Yep.
right?
Yep. Well, isn't there one right down here?
So there is one
Yeah,
right behind us.
okay.
You might even be able to see it in the background here. And they actually have one that mixes alcohol now.
Ooh,
So they had,
okay.
so it's a Keurig machine with
Yeah.
pods.
Yeah.
And then it brings in, so it's a pod of whatever you want to mix, like a margarita or they had a mule of some kind. I'm not sure what kind it was. And anyway, it mixes it with water and carbonation or whatever and makes the perfect drink every time.
It's a cocktail.
Yeah, it's a cocktail.
So it's not hot.
It's not hot. In fact, they're serving it over ice. I'm sure.
You could probably give a hot toddy or something like
Well-
that, maybe because they have. I mean, Keurig does. I mean, that's what
That's
they're
interesting.
known for.
Yes, yeah. I'm not sure, I guess.
Oh.
But that is interesting. But
Wow.
anyway, so I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
And they.
I'm excited to get out on the floor and really start exploring some of the new things that are happening. Yesterday when I was at the Showstoppers, there was some really, really cool things happening. One of them was a sensor that you wear on your arm like your watch.
Okay.
And helps you go to sleep. It vibrates and it gives. Don't go
I
there.
thought you were going to tell me that it gives me electric shock. So I need one of those to motivate me to walk. You know.
They've done enough research on it to help people go to sleep because there's a lot of insomniacs, and they've really proven that a lot of it, not just with light and sound, but it's just movement too. That just calms you down.
Yep.
And so I talked to the inventor on that yesterday, and going, there's got to be a huge market in the neurological space. My daughter has MS and she can't sleep.
Right.
And he's going, wow, that's a neat idea.
Sure.
We should need to look at that space with whether it's ALS or MS or Parkinson's. But I just think, when in this world of technology, what you think you can make happen.
That is true. There was a booth here 2 years ago. I don't know if you remember this or not, where all the people they had these beautiful bodies in the front, right?
Yeah.
And the whole booth was white. Do you remember this?
I don't.
And everybody was wearing lab coats and what have you. And as you went in there, they were talking about how they can take your consciousness and move it to a different being. I mean, that was basically made for you. So it'd be a younger version of you. You could be however you wanted to look. You could be whatever, right? And I had a hard time believing this, but it was what it was really impressive to me, I guess, was that evening everybody at our table for dinner was talking about this booth and how this is possible. And I'm
was
thinking
that
to myself,
was that they had a body inside an enclosure?
yeah, they had two. They had a male and a female body,
okay,
and
yes.
then
Yeah, okay.
And what I took away from that, so later on, I mean, I did some looking. I was pretty sure it was fake.
Right.
It was for a TV show. Okay, and I forget the name of the TV show.
I remember
But what's interesting about this is that at dinner that night, most people thought that it was possible.
Yeah,
Meaning that
of course.
everybody thinks that anything is possible now, which is really amazing when you think about that.
Everything is possible.
Yep.
And Orrin's going to tell us about what he's got.
Yes, it's a white disc, about 2 inches tall. Hey, Orrin.
Yeah.
Yes. A white disc.
Yeah,
in
that's
fact,
right.
that's
Finally we found a way to see.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what this is, right? CD-ROM enclosure, so you can store all those old CD-ROMs that we had at one time. Yeah.
You got it right.
All right,
Yeah.
that's fantastic. So, yeah,
Well, Orrin,
there's been a need for that.
you're from Israel, I see, from
I
your
am.
from your badge and stuff like that.
Right.
And we're happy to have you here on the Tech Ranch.
Happy to be here.
And we're excited to tell us a little bit about your company and your product.
IntelliThings, I'm guessing.
IntelliThings,
Yes,
yeah.
IntelliThings.
Right, so we are a young company. We were established in 2014. Actually, I come from the security industry, many years in the security industry. Had some business here with the cable operators that do smart home, like Comcast. My previous company was the supplier of all their security sensors and safety sensors. And when I left there, I started IntelliThings with an idea to try and find a way to identify who are the specific people in a room, because that's basically what you need to do in order to create a home which is really smart. People, when they buy smart home, that's what they envision. They envision devices that identify them and adjust based on who's actually in the room. To do that, you need a way to identify who is in the room. Now, we didn't invent, anything special. We do have a patent over the sensor, so eventually we did. But indoor positioning was here before IntelliThings, but indoor positioning is something that you can't do at home. It's just too expensive, hard to deploy, no one does it. We were looking for a simple way to identify who is in the room, and we created Roomie, a sensor that you install at the room entrance on the ceiling. It uses Bluetooth Low Energy technology and creates kind of a virtual Bluetooth Low Energy curtain at the entrance of the room. And then together with our app, phone app that runs on your phone at all times, the sensor scans for Bluetooth Low Energy devices that it knows. So you need to pair a phone to the device. And as soon as you enter the room, the sensor senses that and let our app on your phone know in which room it is. From this point, the app on the phone does the magic. The app goes and controls the devices in your room. It can be your Sonos, it can be your Philips Hue smart lights, smart thermostat that you have, and sets the room based on the preferences that you've entered into our app. So everything happens for you. You don't need to talk. You don't need to do anything, press a button, nothing. You enter the room, everything changes according to your specific preferences.
Are you able to do like times of day? So
Right.
if I want to have something at night,
Yeah,
it's different
yeah,
than at
definitely.
day? Or, okay.
So time of day, day of week, special occasions like your birthday, anniversaries, specific dates, everything is in the app.
So do you see this? It's very interesting, by the way. So do you see this being utilized in businesses as well, classrooms, those type of things?
Yeah, we've had some inquiries from hotels. Hotels. They become smart. So yes.
Yeah, person walks in the room, the television comes on, the lights
Yeah,
go to whatever.
and you have your own, in hotel, many of the newer hotel, everything is connected.
Right.
So the light and the thermostat and everything. So eh, think about, I don't know, an hotel chain, you are one of their customers, you create your profile,
Right.
and then whenever you check into a room, that room sets according to your preferences. You don't need to do anything.
Dave likes his room at 73 degrees. I like mine at 68.
Right,
and
right. And the other side of the story, they want to know when you leave the room. Currently, they're using motion sensors, but motion sensors, in most of the times, when you go to sleep, they think that you've left, and they turn everything off on you. With Roomy, they can actually know that you've left.
Gotcha.
So that
I could see using this in offices too. You come into your office, and I mean, it could even be a point where it says, "Hey, Mr. Blair, you've got these appointments, on the app, right?"
Man, this is the basic of anything which is artificial intelligence, right? It starts with understanding who's in front of you. So every service, think about every cable operator now having Netflix-like profiling abilities, right? When you start with Netflix, you select the profile.
Right.
With Roomy, you know who is in the room.
Right.
Not only a single person, you know who else. So you have multi-person context. Netflix doesn't know today when I choose my profile, when I'm alone, I watch Star Trek. When I'm with my wife, I look for something romantic. They don't really understand why. With Roomy, they can.
So that's interesting. So you have, if 4 people come into a room, do all 4 of them have to have the app on their device, and then it's able to differentiate between the 4 different people? Is that how that works?
Yeah. So for us to identify them, they need to have the app running on their phone. The app is a background app, so it runs at all times.
Right, and it can be the hotel app or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you don't really care about it. It just runs at all times. And at CES, we've just announced integration with smartwatches. So you don't really need your phone with you. If you're at home, you can just use your watch, and we use the watch to identify you.
Yeah. So I'm assuming these are on the market?
Yeah, these are on the market already.
And people can purchase them?
They can purchase on Amazon, on our website.
And what kind of cost?
Start at 69 per sensor. If you buy a pack, it goes lower.
Okay.
So
and you're generally marketing them to the home market right now, or are you just opening for pretty much everything?
We are open towards everything. By the way, we've also released an open API. So basically, every third-party developer can get the information that Roomy provides about who is in the room and create personalized services, products, everything.
And a couple battery compartments on there. What kind of batteries?
2 batteries, D-type, alkaline batteries.
Okay.
We last for 3 years.
Okay. Okay, very nice.
And so tell me, in regards to this, where did you get this idea? I'm always curious about, I know security and that kind of stuff, but obviously expand it a little bit more. A lot of times we have so much, too much security, and in some cases not enough. So where did, this vision you developed for this product then?
Well, I think that every smart home user that starts playing with smart home devices envisions something like that. When you start playing with the devices, you say to yourself, man, if I just could have something, this device to identify me and do everything for me. I didn't buy a smart device to have an up button instead of a physical button on the wall, right? That wasn't the idea. I wanted a device to identify me and do the magic. And this is where the idea came from.
So on the profile of myself, I mean, how much information can you put onto that profile?
It's not just a profile. Basically, you set different, we call them charms, right? Roomy is about making magic at home. So each, we don't call them automations, we call charms. So you create a charm for different times of the day, different dates, days of the week, whatever, and you define whatever you want each room for each room. So basically, you define for each room how you want the room to be when you're present. in the morning, in the evening, during the day. That's it. So everything is it's fully dynamic. You can do everything. You can even define that when you enter a specific room, something else happens in another room. So
there are so many uses for this.
There is.
I'm just sitting here thinking about car washes. You know, he have a car wash app. Person buys the monthly pack for car washes. They don't even have to need to even punch in a number anymore. You can just drive right into the car wash. And, I mean, so many uses.
Yeah.
So I'm just making up stuff as I'm going here.
No, it's okay. You know, this product is something that when you go to sleep today, you'll start thinking about the use case, and it will blow your mind.
Yeah, it's every time you're right. I mean, this is something that does it can you use Zapier and IFT to create special instance type of things too?
Right. So we haven't integrated with IFT. We prefer to do local integrations. By the way, Rumi is all local, so you know, it won't record you, right? It won't take pictures.
Oh.
It's fully private.
Sure.
It just, you know, it identifies your phone, but it knows nothing about you. You are just a number. Don't be offended, but you're a number in the system. We know nothing about you. We don't even have a cloud, so we don't send anything to the cloud. It works locally.
Gotcha.
So whenever possible, we do integrations which are direct integrations, and when we need to integrate with the cloud, it will be our app on your phone connecting to the third-party cloud.
Okay. All right.
How long have you been around?
We've started selling in May.
Okay.
Great.
2019.
Awesome. Where can we find information?
On our website, www.intellithings.net.
Okay. Very good. It's
awesome.
a pleasure, Oren. We really
Oren,
appreciate
thank
you
you very much.
Thank you very much.
Take care now.
Thank you.
Do you have a card?
Sure.
And another amazing product here at CES 2020.
Yes.
Wow. We're going to have to figure out we're going to have to figure out a pathway through all the different products that we've seen that you can put them all together. So.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
You could walk into a room and you're, what was the Billy? Oh, the character we just had here.
Oh, yeah, the.
I can't remember the character's name now.
Oh, I can't remember it either.
Anyway, but yeah, that you know, if one of your kids come into the room, that thing could actually start working.
Well,
or
and you
whatever,
think about music come in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, your stereo starts up.
Yeah, your stereo
you
starts
have a
up.
drop-down television. That thing drops down out of the ceiling.
Or we have the
National
Daily.
There you go. The National Daily plays on your Google. Yes.
Exactly.
There's all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Yep. So again, everybody.
I lost my phone.
You lost your phone.
I did. I lost my phone.
I guess I'm going to take a quick little drink break too. It looks like we're going to have a little fun here.
Fun is good.
Yeah, so right here, and then all right. Oh, we're even lighting up already.
Wow.
So there you go.
Doesn't take much to light you up.
Now that's true. That is true.
Got it?
So I wore something last year or the year before with laser light in it that was supposed to regrow the hair on my head.
Yeah.
And afterwards they said that I didn't qualify for that. So I'm assuming this is going to grow hair on my face.
And you don't need
I
the
don't
help
need
there.
that. I don't need any help there. So.
Well, I know. We went to Glance. Remember they
That's
did
right.
that. They
That's
checked
true.
that out. They said I could recall, but you can't.
All
hey.
right, I'm guessing we're way off.
Yeah.
Here.
It's okay.
Hey.
Hi.
Okay, so how do you pronounce your name?
My name is Jusong Kim, but my English name is Elon Kim. Elon Kim.
Elon Kim?
Yeah.
Okay.
Elon Kim. Very good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you.
Yes.
And how's CES going for you so far?
I'm very loved to CES. Actually, last year I come from first time to CES, and this is my second time. So I prepare our product, and this is our main product for the battery.
This is a battery.
Right.
Okay.
So you know the battery actually is a steep like this.
Yes.
Very steep.
Yes.
But we make a flexible battery, from end to end, full range flexible. So this flexible battery very suitable for your smartwatch or headphone stuff like that.
I see. So, I mean,
yeah.
you don't have to worry about having the battery in here. You can have it up in here
Right.
or wherever. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and you have obviously a variety of different devices that you've already installed this in.
Right. So this is our flexible battery, and this is the watch band for smartwatch.
Okay.
Okay.
So you can turn on this stop, and you can attach. You can charge it. Yep.
Very nice.
So the battery is part of the wrist, or part of the band.
Yes, part of the band.
Okay.
From here to here, 2 batteries inside here.
Okay.
So this kind of key technology, we move to original battery pack. From here, we remove, and inside the flexible battery inside.
Okay.
Okay.
So more smooth and more small the battery pack, and also this is a cosmetic mask actually.
What kind of mask is it?
Cosmetic.
Okay.
Yeah, whitening for woman.
Yes.
Or wrinkle smooth.
Yes.
Yep.
So if you use like this, you should need 2 battery pack like this.
Okay.
But in here, you don't need 2 battery pack. We have the battery on the face.
Okay.
Gotcha.
In the face, in the mask. Yeah.
I'm kind of curious. How are you recharging this?
Just simple. Put in the
USB.
USB.
Just a USB.
Right.
Same way with on the watch. All of that. Just
Right.
USB.
Like your iPhones or smartphones.
So how long does it take to charge? Okay, so this is for the watch.
Mm-hmm.
How long does that take to charge?
Charging time is the same with your smartphone battery.
Okay.
Just 1 hour. If we want to more quick charger, we can develop the quick charger flexible battery.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm more curious about the length of, charge or the amount of time that you can work, that the mask itself would work with that compared to, or these things here with the Flexo battery. I mean, are they generally about the same amperage, or do you try to get pretty close?
So you're curious about the performance of the battery?
Right. So, if the face mask that you have over there, does that run for 2 hours, and then does this one run for 2 hours with the new battery in there?
Actually, this is around 700 milliampere hour.
Okay.
But in here, 2,100, so 3
Oh,
times.
wow.
Yeah.
That's very impressive.
Right.
Okay.
And here is a 300 milliampere hour.
Okay.
But this band 600 and this band 700. So over 2 times.
So what about cost?
Cost is when you make a battery mass production. Cost is you don't worry about the cost. But for the right now, we produce a prototype, pilot scale production for the right now. So that time, 1 month about 50,000 to 80,000. The battery is cost about $5. So that is a regional price.
So is this comparable in a milliamp scenario? Let's say 1,000 milliamps of a traditional battery to 1,000 milliamps of yours. Are yours about the same price, or are they a little bit more?
Almost similar, but a little bit expensive.
Okay.
So is this lithium?
Lithium-ion polymer battery.
So obviously weight has a lot to do because you're not. This doesn't weigh very much.
Right.
So I mean, and that for this would be something that is on something like that. So these are the 3 different sizes that you make right now.
For the right now, actually, we about 20 model.
I was going to say that
Okay.
there probably isn't really a limit to what you can make with this, right? I mean, if you need to make something, right now you make 20, but if I came to you with a special need, you could make it whatever I needed, right?
Right.
Yeah.
We can customize.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
This thing just got really hot. Feel that.
Oh.
Oh, it's probably.
Oh,
yep,
you should.
You bent it over there.
Yeah.
Oh.
You
shorted
separate
it
the
out.
plus and minus.
I got it.
But as you can see here, a little bit mirror.
Yeah.
But it's like this.
Okay.
Yep.
You should
okay.
care about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
So
a live battery.
Here,
okay.
Dave, lick it now.
Yeah, exactly.
You should care about it. Yeah, this is not dead.
These are,
yeah.
It's alive.
So carrying this next to you or your body, are you having any health issues? What could you experience? Just like what I did here,
but
because
you're-
I messed it around.
But you're probably not going to have that scenario.
No,
that you
I
just
know,
did
I
because, yeah,
understand
these are
that.
just
But if
raw
I'm
product
talking
here,
about here wearing this, because now you've got the battery right there. Are you well protected? And what kind of is there any health issues that come with?
You
this?
mean the safety issue?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, we already passed the safety issue like your smartphone battery.
Right.
Right.
Almost the same. And we need to more than harder, difficult measurement because this is a no test bending test. But we are flexible battery, so we need to test the bending time.
Okay.
So we passed the 5,000 times, over 5,000 times the bending.
Yeah.
And at that, with the bending and charging, discharging at the same time, we can do that. So that is the more difficult to safety issue.
So I'm going to guess so that heat isn't as big an issue, even though Dave experienced a little heat there, but because it's more, you got more surface on this, so it stays cooler, right?
Right.
So there's a huge advantage to that.
Yeah.
What about like any of the? You have issues with this in water?
Water? Yeah. The waterproof. You mean the waterproof?
Yeah.
Actually, all kind of battery, except the plus and minus. You make a shield the plus and minus electrode. That time, whole body is waterproof.
Okay.
So don't worry about the waterproof.
Okay.
So if a person wants to, I have a million ideas for this battery now. First of all, I mean, I think about solar lights. The thing with solar lights is that you put the 1 or 2 little rechargeable batteries in there. These are rechargeable, I'm guessing. So yeah, I mean, imagine and the. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
The issue with solar lights, of course, is that after 2 or 3 or 4 hours at night, they go dark because the battery. There's just not enough room for a battery in there, right? Imagine this underneath the. Oh yeah, I mean, it would be amazing.
Yeah, amazing.
So
our booth we have the drone. That drone, the wing cover the
yeah.
our flexible battery, and on that flexible battery cover the solar cell.
Yeah.
Solar panel. That time during the night powered by battery, but during the morning or with the sun, that time generated by the sun solar panel and almost limited.
Yeah.
Unlimited.
Yeah, it's really pretty clever.
Right,
so,
right.
Where else do we find information? Do you
sorry?
have a website that we can go to?
Oh, yeah. We have the website, and you can contact us by email or our booth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What booth were you at? Are you here at the Sands?
Yeah. Sands Expo, first floor, 52443 there is our booth number.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Well,
This is really cool. Thank you for sharing this.
And thank you for letting Dave almost electrocute himself there. So.
It was getting hot. It was. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
That's all right.
I'm sorry about that.
No worries at all. No
Yeah.
worries at all. So, all right. Thank you very much, and we hope you have a great show.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You got a card, business card?
And as Dave's collecting his next business card there, again, we are at CES. This is CES Live. And we are streaming here from the Sands.
Well, here I was hoping you were going to put on that mask, but
you were really hoping for that. I know. So
I
yeah,
know that. It will help. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
That sounds great. Thank you so much.
Yep.
And I'm guessing that we have an interview or two yet coming at us. I'm sure we're going to get surprised by the next one here too. So.
Well, you know, when he had mentioned the drone, right away I was thinking, oh, all right, we have one company in North Dakota that's doing some battery stuff too. You know, but man, these guys are really advanced when it comes to that whole concept and the flexibility.
It's amazing to me, actually, when you think about this. You know, during this time that we've been on the air here today, that's the second thin battery.
Oh yeah,
that we have
that's
seen.
true.
The other one was almost paper thin.
Right.
Basically designed for like packaging and those type of things. This one actually has. That's not a battery that you would use on a watch. The first one we've seen, you'd see that to light up a couple of LED lights on a whatever. But but these have a much more significant role, I think.
Yeah.
So.
Well, again, is we look at things that we know that this could, we could utilize that battery on different devices.
Right. Right.
And that. So yeah, it's pretty interesting that that we're going to see stuff just scaling down.
Yep.
More and more all the time.
Yeah, things are getting smaller all the time. I mean, you look at the company that we talked to that was doing the microchips, Micro Age.
Yep.
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 You know, very, very impressive.
Well, last night I had at the PepCom, there was a little hearing aid. It was about like that size.
Yep.
Put in your ear, and all you do is just tap your ear a couple times, and then it changes the frequency and stuff like that.
Did it have cool LEDs on it too, so you could
light up?
It'd light up, and then it'd come through the other side.
You know, that would be kind of cool. Hey, here comes Dave. He's flashing us. I can see him out there a little ways,
you
right?
would have to match your color of your ears with your socks or something.
Well,
like that.
I really like the one, the gentleman that had the one for help with the reading if you're impaired.
Oh yeah.
And then the hearing. One as well.
That's an incredible product there too.
Man, for sure.
There's no doubt about that. Yeah, that's impressive.
Exactly.
And you know, I was probably initially kind of shocked by the price. I think it was $4,500 for that.
Yeah.
But when you because of the size, right? I mean, you don't look at something anymore that costs $4,500. That's basically the size of 2 pens.
Well,
but it's a computer. I
well,
mean,
the other thought I had was that you could probably, if you were at a nursing home, there's some of the people, they could just give you that device to use.
Oh, yeah.
And then somebody else uses it.
Yeah.
You know, it's not
so many uses for that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
absolutely. Absolutely. So, yeah, some great products today, everybody, and we'll be continuing this tradition throughout the week. Actually, we are live through Friday here, and don't forget to join us Friday afternoon when we have our CES picks. Our 5 teams that are covering CES for you will be out, and we will have our best of CES, and you'll see that live this Friday. And that's always an exciting thing when our teams can get together and actually pick our best of show. Which
you know, I
about.
haven't participated in that because I've always left Friday. In fact, I'm leaving again Friday.
Yes,
but,
you are. Yes, you are.
You know, I always have contests.
I'm thinking that Keurig right now wins for me because they're going to get me drunk down there later, I think. So, and,
exactly.
I guess I'm up for bribery is what I'm trying
to say.
So.
You know, as long, and we always know that we can change the color of your face pretty easily.
Pretty easily.
Exactly.
Well, we are joined by a young gentleman.
Kenny Kelly.
Kenny.
He smiles. Yeah. You take everything off.
I was told to.
Your
crew told me to take it
now
off.
I can't look and see what's going on here.
And you can see that we're not caught up over here yet either. So you got to love live TV sometimes. But Kenny,
Fair
so
enough.
how you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. I'm doing good. Our booth's right over there, so we've been seeing you guys going at it up here, and we decided to drop by and say hi and show you a little bit of what we're doing over our booth.
What is your company?
Sure. So the company I own and run is called Silent Beacon. We make safety devices for people, and what kind of separates us from the other products out there is we don't charge monthly fees. So Life Alert, Philips Lifeline, all these products for kind of older America, they all try to get you with the monthly fees. What we do is piggyback off the technology we already have, right? We all usually have smartphones or a tablet or a home computer. So if you're in an emergency situation, you just press the buttons on this. It sends the signal to your smartphone, and it can call 911.
Just like that.
Yep,
Yeah.
vibrates, lets you know, call 911, calls all your emergency contacts, even sends emails, push notifications, and text messages with your GPS location. So it lets everyone that is in your circle know that you're in an emergency and where to find you. How I created it was I used to actually be a motorcycle stuntman years ago in Hollywood. Ended up getting in a bad accident. I was on the side of the road, couldn't contact anyone. My phone was right in my pocket, but I was, all kind of scraped up. I was like, gosh, if there was just one thing I could just press that my cell phone will do all the work for me. And then I was like, well, get to it, Kenny. You thought of it, you do it.
So that's pretty. So my mom, for example, would be a great candidate for this right now. So it basically just does it sync with anything else but than your smartphone? I mean, can you sync it to Google or an Alexa or anything?
You
lines?
can. In the version I have right here, you cannot pair it to that,
Okay.
but you can do it to that.
Okay.
We have a way to update the firmware to whatever kind of schematics you want. So again, no fees, no nothing. It's all kind of part of.
Because that's kind of and I'm just giving you some ideas here now, I guess. But so in my mom's house, I've actually put 3 Alexas in there that can make phone calls for her, right? So if she ever falls or whatever, she can just say that out. I would have never had to do that if I had known about your device, actually, and then just syncing it to an Alexa or her smartphone or whatever, and away you go. So that's actually pretty clever. So you just push.
Yeah, just put. It's actually an emergency now, so it just called. And I'll just go inside the app and turn it off so it resets. So you actually have to enter a password to reset it. So that way, if let's just say someone breaks into a home and someone's trying to do you any harm, they can't turn it off. There's no off button on the thing.
I see.
That thing's
so
going to run. Yep.
Right
through the app. So
you preset everything. So how many phone calls can that make? Can it make it to all of her kids, to 911?
It's going to send messages to all of them, emails, push notifications, and text messages with your GPS location.
Okay.
But it's only going to call one person. And why it does that, we found through extensive testing, is that if you call one person, then it hangs up and tries to dial another, all of a sudden your line is clogged. So if that first person's trying to call you back, now all of a sudden you've just gunked up your network and no one's going to get in touch with you. So it calls one person. If they don't answer, it hangs up, and then you can either call again or people are going to call you. And then you can just answer the call at that point. That's very important because you want to get people – the flow of communication needs to happen instantly because in situations, every second matters. And that's why we did it.
Right.
What if you, by mistake, hit this, can you cancel it?
You can cancel it inside the application by putting in the 4-digit PIN, right?
Okay.
But it's got, as you can see, it has 2 indented buttons. You have to press both of them.
Oh, okay.
For it to go off, and that was because there's some competitors out there. You hit those things in your pocket, or if a woman puts it in her purse or wherever they are, they automatically go off. You don't want to heighten the level of anxiety you have with a family member who might need something like this. So we wanted to take the time to make sure we made it right and made it in a way that you couldn't just accidentally hit it like, oh, whoops, oh, police are at my house.
Yeah. It's like the panic button on my car all the time. I mean, my goodness. I swear I'd set that thing off twice a week.
Yeah, I've opened the trunk in my car a couple of times. I turn around, I'm like, I just shut it. And it's like, oh, I hit it in my pocket.
So that's exactly right. I mean, some of these devices just haven't really thought through. That's really clever.
So you can, this has got a little clip on the back here. You can clip on, right? And then how do you charge it?
So it has a rechargeable USB on the bottom there, and even inside the application. We wanted the app to do all the heavy lifting for you. So inside the application, you can see the battery level right there. So it tells you your battery life. When this gets below 10%, it'll actually, inside your emergency contacts, so in the app, you have emergency contacts, has anyone you want to be notified if there's an emergency. You can go in here and set, so I can toggle it to send an alert if that gets below 10%. So if you have someone who kind of forgets to, like myself, to charge things, it'll send out a message, hey, Kenny's beacon is at 10%.
Gotcha.
You might want to let them know, hey, Kenny, your beacon's low. We know you're over in Las Vegas. We know you like to go out and party at night. Maybe you should charge that in case something happens. So it just is an extra level of protection that we give the consumers.
Can you share with us maybe 1 or 2 examples of people who have actually used this?
100% I can.
All right, that'd be great.
So there was a real estate agent who heard all these horror stories, what was happening, with people showing open houses and then people trying to, lock them in or steal from them or something like that. So this lady decided to buy one. We did a convention. We do lots of real estate conventions because that's a big market for us. And what turned out was she went to an open house on a Sunday afternoon, and a guy came in and locked the door behind him, and she's like, nope, not today, hit that. He goes, what's that? She goes, police are already on their way, and her husband was the one as the emergency contact. He's like, honey, I know where you're at. I'm on my way. You tell that guy you better get out. And the guy ran out of the house.
Wow.
Yeah. And another one, I can't name the company, but it was a company that delivers packages to your door. Usually they're brown packages. And something happened with him in Baltimore, Maryland, where they were trying to get in the back of his truck, and he hit that, and it sent his boss and his coworkers, and they literally surrounded the guys, and they ran off as well. So, you know, the more people and the longer this is out, the more people who are going to know what it means are going to know to just get out of there as soon as someone who's in trouble hits that. Like, whoa, I want no problem. I know it. I know everyone's coming.
Well, you think about kids at school grounds.
Oh, there's
and you know, somebody, a stranger comes up and starts listening and stuff like that. Boom, hit this thing.
Yeah.
Right now.
There's a lot of situations that we didn't even see of, even laboratories. You can't take a cell phone into a laboratory, but there's certain safety protocols that these companies have. They're like, if we can't carry a phone in there, what are we going to do? And now products like this, I think in New Jersey it is that they're trying to pass legislation that every hotel worker needs to have a panic button. There you go. So our product is evolving at a time, unfortunately, in our society where these things are needed more and more often. So we're trying to fill that void, and we're coming out with actually a suite of products to help in different situations now that this one is taken off and we see that that is used for it.
Would there be a setting where this beacon could not be used in a secure room or something like that, and you can't get the signal off?
Now, it is indicative that you have a smartphone within 200 feet. Situations like that, we're going to try to find other ways via Wi-Fi, via using its own cellular tower. But again, for our first products we wanted to put out, we didn't want to have people with monthly fees. We thought that would be a killer. People are like, I already pay monthly fees. I don't want to pay anymore. Well, there's no monthly fees. You buy it once, $99.99, and it's your product.
So really, this is going to your phone, and then it's going to
everyone.
Whoever.
Yeah, the cloud. So we're just piggybacking off the technology we already pay a ton of money for each month inside our phones. So that is just an essential way of triggering that application to do all the heavy lifting for you. So as opposed to trying to find one, let's just say there's an emergency right now. I'd have to go in here. I'd have to, show my face for the tag. I'd have to go over here. I'd have to go down here. I'd have to go here to call 911. At that point, whatever's happening's already happened. So it just lets everything happen and everyone know that there's a situation at once, so you can deal with that situation without having to look at your phone.
That's very cool. So where do we get these at?
So right now we just unrolled them on Amazon because we want to do this very slowly. We don't want to just flood the world and then everyone gives us 1-star reviews because they can't figure it out. So we're being very methodical, doing Amazon and doing our website, silentbeacon.com, where you can purchase them. And then we're rolling them out to retail stores in 2020. So this is kind of like our coming out party for the retail side this year. So we're just doing it very slowly because we want to make sure that we've addressed any questions or any problems that our consumers might have. We want to catch things before it just floods the market. And then it's like, oh my gosh, Fred, why didn't you tell me there was a glitch there? So we're just making sure everything's perfect, slowly rolling it out, and then a mass release.
Very nice.
You know, somebody's having a stroke and they probably can't use their fingers and all. Have you thought of any more of how to make that work?
So there's two things. We're coming up with a solution for people with disabilities. So that would be that you wouldn't have to press anything, whether it's an eye command or a vocal command or just a distance, say falling. So if you suddenly come down a degree, we're working on that. And we have a product for seniors called Ease, which is the same thing, but it uses big, huge plush buttons on the side, and you only have to hit one. So it's very light touch, but it's for people who like my father has arthritis. So he can't hit these buttons. So I'm always like trying to film him for our little commercials. I'm like, come on, Dad, hit the button. He's like, I can't hit the buttons. So it's like, all right. So we made the Ease version where it's very plush and easy to hit.
Well, I was just thinking for my daughter, she has MS, and a lot of times she might fall. But she might not have the strength to push this.
Understand it. So for MS, which 2 of my cousins have MS, we're trying to come up with a way, it's not out yet, that would be a clip that would go over the Ease version that literally you would just have to put some sort of weight on top, almost like a mousetrap or a big button. So it would trigger the button on the side, but you'd only have to hit on the top. So, loosely like this or by the chin or wherever muscles still are on the person with MS, you'd still be able to do it. So we are 100% looking into that because there are a lot of niche markets that this does need to be
There
in.
is. I think it's really,
it's
really
clever.
outstanding.
It really is, Kenny.
What you've
So,
done to coordinate both of those. So,
yeah, thank you.
You have your booth here.
Yeah, we got the booth right behind you guys. So we heard something
Yeah.
about a beer or something, so we're still waiting for it.
Yeah. There's another booth down the hall.
Yeah, you're
we'll
going
send
to
you to.
join me at the Keurig booth, aren't you?
There you
We'll
go,
have some
yep.
cocktails over there. So,
Great.
so these are available online at Amazon right now.
Yep.
So
yep.
you can hop on there. The name of the product again
Is the Silent Beacon.
Silent Beacon,
Yeah.
everybody. So go out and check that out. Amazon.com. Get yours. And yeah, I think I'm going to get one for my mom as well.
I'm going to get one for my daughter.
Yeah,
So.
so
Well, I
very
appreciate
good.
it, guys.
So,
I'm glad to see
all right.
we can accompany a whole market and various ages as
yes,
well. So
all right.
Yeah,
all right.
exactly.
Have a great show, Kenny.
Thanks,
a lot,
guys.
Kenny.
Appreciate your time.
Appreciate it.
Take
Enjoy.
care.
Good to see you.
You bet.
You got a card on you handy?
Yes.
And as Dave gets his next
I'm getting my
card
cards,
here, that's
man.
right. That's okay. That's
Right.
okay.
I'll take whatever you got in that bill.
And I actually think, Dave, that you and I are done.
Are we?
We're done. Yeah.
Wow, we did
I think,
good.
I think Scott is behind us here, so he'll
Where's
come
Scott?
on, and he's right there.
Oh,
yeah.
the guy with the long hair.
The guy with the long hair.
Yeah,
That's right. That's been
okay.
around for. Oh yeah. Thanks,
Okay,
Kenny.
thanks, Ken. Good luck.
Appreciate it. Take care.
Okay.
So yeah, Ken's going to be coming on, or Ken, yeah, we'll call him Kenny now. Yeah, Kenny can just stay here. He can just take our job. We'll go down and sell some silent beacons.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So yeah, well, that was pretty cool. That was
It
pretty
just
cool.
amazes me, all the stuff that's happening, in this tech world, and having somebody like, you should have asked him. I said, so how you got this idea, but then to build that app for it, but then to have that device that works with it. So
I'm just smiling at Scott. He's
Uh,
ready to go, I think.
yeah,
Or maybe not. I don't know.
yeah,
Hop in the chair over there then.
yeah. Scott, I don't think I talked to you on the phone yesterday.
Yes.
Thank you for trying to help me out there. We
Yeah, no
we
worries.
got it solved there and stuff like that. So
You're never going to have us back, are you?
I am
did you really set us up?
Yes.
Okay, that's
I-
good.
yes.
He deserves that.
So I absolutely I knew what was about to happen when I was building the schedule, and I'm like, okay, who will be the most fun on that interview? And I definitely decided that you would be the most fun.
You just didn't know Dave was going to be joining me for
No,
this.
and I promise we did not mean to get you two going. It was not
good.
our intention to get you two
Oh,
laughing.
But
it was.
But she had
had
a
a great
blast.
time,
I
too.
it
think
was
it
such
was
a
good.
benefit.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah, because if we would have known ahead of time, no. I mean, it would have been a lot different.
I'm guessing we would have had the discussion. Are we even going to do the interview?
Oh, I would have done the interview.
Really?
I wouldn't have had any problem with it.
Wow.
No. And I don't know. You get you have to be careful what kind of questions you ask, right?
In fairness, I did ask in Slack what the group's thought on that interview was
Yes.
and whether or not we should do it.
Yes.
Oh.
No, I thought it was a good choice to do.
So how
Why
did
not?
you
And I'll
pick
tell you-
up on that? I mean, how did you know? Did you know that she had gotten rejected from last year's show?
Yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
So normally I probably wouldn't have accepted the application to be on the show.
Yeah.
Simply because of who our target demo is for the Tech Podcast Network. But I knew what happened last year. I knew that they had won the award and then it was taken away and they contested and they almost went to court with it. And her argument was sound.
Sure.
And the CTA went, you know what? You're right. Our bad. Backing off. We're still keeping some rules in place. There's still some words you can't say.
Right.
Yep.
There's some other companies out here that have products that they and we are not allowed to say certain words in
Right.
response to TPN because it's only legal in some states. But I knew all the controversy that happened last year, and in the end, she won. And on top of that, there are now more of them
Yes.
because of it. So I thought it would be an interesting interview because I knew she'd bring up what happened last year, so I thought it would be a fun conversation. It
think-
sure looked like it was.
Oh,
Oh,
my
yeah.
goodness.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's looking at me going, how many more shades of red is that guy going to get before he gets something out of his mouth? But
I was watching you
oh,
over
my
there
goodness.
laughing, and Alice was laughing.
You're not the only one that was giggling.
Oh my God!
And
You're not
the
the only one
best-
that was giggling.
And the best part is, we weren't laughing about that. But then, now, yeah-ish. What's going on?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, we were laughing about something else.
Oh, okay.
And you guys got going. We're like, oh no. And Alice was like, all right, well, it might be time to wrap this up. And then she said something she didn't mean to. It at least didn't mean the way she said it. And that's when we both disappeared because we were both laughing so hard it would have ruined you.
Yeah.
Well, I think we got to a point where we were all
Michelle.
pretty comfortable with each other. But
Yeah.
but you're right about bringing more of those type of products here, because I think my bod was probably the only
Yeah.
product I'd seen here for the last 3 or 4
the
years when it
Oh
comes
My
to
Bod,
sexuality.
yeah.
So yep.
Yeah. So 2 years ago, when we were in the closet down there, I was the one who got stuck with. It was I have to remember what CES's rules are. It was a VR adult entertainment product.
Okay.
That's. You're not on. Yes. Naughty America.
Okay.
And they got assigned to us to Plug Hits Live, and I looked at my lineup. I'm like, okay, who are my hosts? Well, it's me. It's Danielle. It's Marissa. and it was Jacob, who was an 18-year-old boy. And I'm like, nope, I guess I'm doing that one.
Yep.
Because the way you guys responded would have been nothing compared to the way Danielle or
and, you
Marissa
know,
would
and
have
I've seen
responded.
here.
Yeah.
Marissa never would have said a word.
Yeah.
She would have giggled for the entire 8 minutes, and that would have been it.
Well, of course, afterwards we have the flexible battery, right? And all I'm thinking about is that the marriage of these two products together would be amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't get it out of my head now after I started thinking about it.
So I usually try to curate. It's the reason why the scheduling system works the way that it does. They give us a couple of times that work for them. But I did not mean to put those two together.
Well, it's okay.
And that's amazing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been trying to tie all the products together for a while already. So it didn't help that I was at the Keurig booth drinking beforehand. So.
You were?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I didn't.
I
thought,
wasn't actually kidding about that.
Oh, I
they
know.
were-
I didn't think you were kidding, but I didn't know you had a drink.
Oh, yeah. They were happy.
Oh,
to
no
provide
wonder you're
drinks to
turning
me.
red too. What the heck?
Oh, my goodness, you
Oh,
guys.
wow. So I was kind of curious on like your people that will put an application in to be on your show. I mean, how many do you get?
So we had 152 time slots available for the 4 days. We have 20. I think I was looking just before I came on. I think we have 22 left.
Okay.
But we had over 200 apply.
And then how do you determine which ones you want to?
I'm not going to waste our viewers' time with a cell phone battery, a cell phone case, or a thing that you put onto it or something like that.
Oh, the pods that you
Here,
pop out.
we'll get that out of the way right now. This is the only cell phone case you're going to see on the show the entire 4 days. There you go.
Now there are exceptions, right? Because there's Life Proof, there's OtterBox that are very special. They're not. Well, we've licensed with Marvel. Don't care. If it's something that legitimately plays something unique, I'm in. Do we have our next guest? Oh,
I
okay.
guess that
Well, then
means
let's
that,
swap out.
we're done.
We were just waiting for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
And having too much fun.
Yeah.
So
all right. Well,
everybody,
so
it's been great. We'll see you all tomorrow. Scott will be coming in to take us home.
Yeah,
so, all right, Scott.
All right.
Thanks,
it's all yours.
Thanks, Scott.
still have so many of those.
Yeah, and they do come in different colors as well. We have 9.
Stylish.
You know, space gray, gold. We have a red, and some other ones as well. So we do the colors today. We're gonna start getting really crazy with it pretty soon.
Yeah, this is incredible.
Space gray.
Is that?
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
I thought yours was the. I'm sorry. I was catching the ceiling.
Oh, yeah,
yours
yeah.
looked like the green one.
No, I don't have the green.
Which
We
is the
do have
color
a green
that I
one
have.
though.
Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't match the midnight green perfectly, but if we start going trying to match every phone, every color,
It'd be
we
insane.
You would be you would be in the pop socket situation of here's 85 colors and patterns.
Exactly.
And
Yeah, exactly.
the most gaudy thing in the world.
Yeah.
So are these available now? Coming soon?
They are on our site right now for sale,
Okay.
shipping this week. And so
How much?
$29.
Okay.
Comes, like I said, comes with a free sticky plate.
Okay.
And we just think there's so much value in this thing that's
Awesome.
worth the extra $10.
For sure.
Absolutely. And so, like I said, there's lots more to come. So
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead and let our viewers know how they can find out more information, because I guarantee they're going to want to.
Absolutely. It's simple. osnap.com.
Oh, snap.
Snap.
I'm impressed that you got that domain.
Oh, I am too. it costs a little bit of money, and I had to battle for it for like a year, but I got it.
Okay.
Yeah. I had to pluck it.
I have one of those too. I understand. Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to us today. I really do like the product, and I'm glad that we were able to get you on the show.
Likewise. Thanks, guys.
All right. Have a good rest of the show. Yeah. Okay. So, like I was saying in the lead up to, we generally don't do phone accessories.
Yeah.
Because we don't want.
You would. Oh man, thank you so much, Dale. You would. Yeah, exactly. If you did phone accessories, you'd have the entire as seen on TV aisle from Walmart exhibiting.
That's funny. I know the former CEO of that company. You can't do
I know the people that used to do their videos.
Okay. Interesting. But yeah, you end up with so many. It's like, oh, well, this is a clear iPhone case. Great. And then the next half hour, you're like, this is a clear iPhone case. Oh, great.
Yeah.
So, if we're going to accept a wireless accessory, it has to be unique, and that was.
Yeah.
And to this day, I hate that I was not allowed to have pop sockets on.
Well,
but they weren't an exhibitor, and CES has rules. So,
yeah.
Well, with that, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Yeah, great, thanks.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
Hi, I'm Chris Longstaff from Mindtech Global.
Okay, and what do you guys do?
So we create tools for AI, and the tool is basically to create synthetic data for training neural networks.
Ooh.
Okay. So this morning, we were having a conversation before the show started.
Okay.
About what the trends were going to be. We talked about AI, and I said the third wave of AI was the AI being able to create its own training data.
Yeah. So today there's data's a huge issue because you can't just go out there and film everybody. There's issues around privacy for that.
Sure.
Yep.
You have huge issues around getting the data that you want. So, the example I was talking about earlier with someone was, if I want to, say, do a drone defense system so that, we had a big problem in the UK, Gatwick Airport, drones flying around.
Yep.
So I have a camera mounted there. I want to identify a drone. If I want to film the footage for that, they're not going to let me just go and fly my drone around and say, hey, I'm just going to film this. Don't you worry about it.
Yeah.
So we need to create that data.
I'm the good drone. Don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. There is that element of, well, honestly, I won't hit the aircraft. I'll fly it really carefully. But it's still not going to happen.
Sure. So there's all kinds of scenarios like that where real-life data is just
exactly
near impossible to acquire.
Yeah. And then we've got the real issue of bias as well. So the real-world data sets, it's a very common problem. You say, okay, certain people of ethnicities aren't detected, perhaps certain types of vehicle aren't detected.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because the data set that I'm using, I just don't have the available data. So we need to create data sets that are there to be able to train for all of these shortcomings. So, AI today is great, but there's still a long way to go, and we're hopefully helping that.
Sure. I mean, we all remember when Microsoft first showed off the Connect when it was in
Yeah.
it was Project whatever it was called, and all of the people who demoed it at E3 were all white because the Connect could not identify a black body yet.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
There's that bias in computer vision.
Yeah.
How are y'all actively working your way around some of that bias with the AI teaching itself and everything else?
So today it's still a fairly manual process. So you're going to have a machine learning expert who's trained his database and then run through the tests and gone, hey, do you know what? When I see a bicycle go in front of a car with a pedestrian wearing a backpack, that doesn't show up very well. So I'm going to go and create some more data to do that particular use case.
Okay.
And so today that kind of the bias that you're getting there, it's manually dealt with. Now we are looking at ways of trying to automate that process and recognize bias in data sets which says, I don't have enough data with people with backpacks on.
Sure.
But today that's quite a manual process still.
Okay.
Yeah. And even along those lines, like what you're talking about with all the automated cars, everything else, I mean, we hear it in the news all the time that the car was on automatic, hit somebody walking across the street, hit a bicycle, things like that. And the fact that y'all are actively working on a way for the AI to teach itself to recognize those objects.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been doing some testing, and we have a real-world data set, and then we augment that real-world data set with our synthetic data. And what we've discovered with that is that we got a 8.5% improvement in detection of pedestrians, and that's pretty significant. If I'm 8.5% more likely to recognize a pedestrian or accurately recognize where that pedestrian is, that's pretty critical.
Especially if you're the pedestrian that
I was going to say, I want to be the pedestrian recognized.
Yeah.
Okay. So where did this idea come from for you? How did you get involved in this?
So, we recognize that basically, the elements of a neural network. So you've got the network itself. So, you've started out with things like AlexNet and GoogleNet. We've moved on to MobileNet and so on. We've got the frameworks like, TensorFlow, Keras, all these things. They've really evolved really rapidly, and they're very accessible for everyone.
Sure.
Data, though, is just, you've got the likes of Google, of Amazon, of Baidu, Tesla. All these guys do have access to massive data sets. Now, we can argue about the legality of them using it or the ethics of them using the data they have, but put that aside for a minute. Those guys have access to all that data.
Yeah.
The rest of us, though, out there, we don't have access to that data. We don't want to discourage people from being able to come up with new and innovative solutions just because they can't afford to do this data. So if I go out and film something, do you know how much do you think it costs to annotate a full image? Give me your best guess. If I want to annotate, right, this is a bicycle, pixel by pixel, this is a car.
Oh.
What do you think that costs per image?
Oh, I can't imagine it's inexpensive.
It would be into the thousands, I'm sure.
It's
just in man hours alone.
It's around $5 an image. So, but you need millions of images.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're looking at multi-millions of dollars to get a data set, and that's even if you can get the right data set.
Yeah.
That doesn't help all the small guys out here being able to get the data that they want to train a network.
I've been working on a project. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but let's say that we're listening for dangerous noises to be able to respond to them, and so getting the data of that dangerous noise has been complicated because, first of all, that thing is not used in the West at all.
Yeah.
It's only used in the Middle East.
Okay.
So that makes acquiring the data of recordings of these things way more difficult.
Yeah.
So how do we deal with that? We had a small data set, and we've gotten fairly accurate.
Yeah.
But not accurate enough for proper defense.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, and again, it's limiting the number of companies who can innovate in this area. Right. So, we just saw that this was a real opportunity that we wanted to be, getting everyone out there innovating, and we saw that, the frameworks, the networks I'm not saying that's a solved problem. There's obviously innovation going on there, but it's pretty public. It's something that anyone can do. The data sets seem to be the real problem, and obviously we were interested in the visual side of things. Audio is pretty critical as well, actually, and I think that's something that we need to start looking at. How do we combine audio cues potentially with those visual cues that we're working on? So that's very interesting.
Sounds like you and I are going to be having a conversation after the show.
Good,
because I have a feeling that you might be able to help us out with our project, which would be fantastic.
That would be very cool.
For sure. So I will definitely be in contact after that, but I can't imagine that I'm the only one who's going to want more information about what you're doing.
Yeah.
For those who do, how can they get it?
So we're in Eureka Park this week, so booth 51109. So, pop down and see us there and we'll have a chat. Or just look on the website, mindtech.global, and you'll find information and contact information there. So love to hear from people, just for a chat as well about, data in general and data needs and, ideas like the audio side. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. Well, I look forward to it.
Yeah.
We will definitely be having a conversation real soon.
Okay, great.
All right, and have a good rest of the show.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's just a sample of some of the fun stuff that is kicking around CES. Like we were talking the other day about the artificial intelligence Internet of Things and the way that AI connects, the way that AI is actively coming into everything in the field right now. And the fact that these guys are actively having AI teach itself, that is really the next step in things.
For those of you who are watching live, I apologize for my big goofy grin, but one of my favorite people is here. Two of my favorite people are here.
Hey!
Hooray! I have been looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to this for,
There we go.
Yeah.
for a year. I've been looking forward to this. So I'm super excited. You will not have him in the system. You'll have him in the system, but probably won't have him. But anyway, our next guest is here. Hello. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Fantastic. For those who don't know, go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Well, my name is Robbie Cabral. I'm the inventor and founder of Benji Lock,
which we have been big fans of. We've talked about you several times so far during CES.
Yeah, it's very exciting. And look at you guys now.
Right?
I'm loving it. I mean, I remember I met you guys at CES Eureka Park in 2017.
Yeah. When you didn't even have a working thing.
I know, just a plain prototype. But the good thing about CES is that we get to meet so many good people. The networking aspect, that's how we all connected.
Yeah.
And it's just exciting and fun, and that's the beauty of it.
And this past year has been big growth for both of us. I see you've got all kinds of interesting things going on.
Yeah, so basically here at the show, we're unveiling new colors of the current Benji Lock, which is matte navy and matte gray. You can feel them. They're really hefty and same technology, 10 fingerprints, traditional keys, no app needed, no phone needed.
Well, and my thing about this is that it's got actual weight to it,
Yeah.
like a real lock. Yeah. Most of the biometric locks that I've seen are like paper.
Oh yeah, no. This is.
I would not trust my Pelican and my equipment with it.
Oh yeah,
anything like that on a job site. But
this I wouldn't. I wouldn't be concerned
this
about.
This has the weight of an actual keyed master lock. Like
exactly.
And that is fantastic.
And a lot of that comes from
Hampton products.
Hampton.
exactly. And you'll know more about that. But that was the beauty of partnering with them. Kevin from Shark Tank and myself felt that was the best move for us. Because not only we're building the padlocks, but now we have in our booth travel locks for travel, TSA approved. Beyond that, now we have a bike lock, which you'll see is really cool.
Nice.
We're also unveiling a new side of door locks. So one of the door locks won a CES award this year, so it's very exciting. It has the same technology, fingerprint, traditional key. And it's just exciting to see how the product evolution is going. So
I saw that. I was so excited about it, the door lock, because it was the kind of thing that I think it was last year that the three of us talked about was how this technology wasn't just brilliant for padlocks. It was a great idea that could be used, across all kinds of security products. And I love the idea that that we're seeing them out. I know there was a display of a padlock of a deadbolt last year, but it wasn't.
No, but
where
now
we
you'll
are.
see it
We're-
in
we're
now
here.
it's thanks to the partnership and Kim and everyone. It's just been an incredible amount of work. And I also forgot, we also have a drawer lock, which is really cool.
Ooh.
I mean, it's very exciting. We brought it in, and now you can open it with your fingerprint, also with a key. That has been a hit.
You've been busy.
It's been a hit. Well,
That
we
is
all have
great.
been busy, so
Yeah, that's so great. And I love one of the reasons we keep talking when you're not here about you on the show is because one of our favorite things to do is to watch a company evolve.
Yeah.
And your story is one of the best for that. Getting to meet you downstairs with in a booth with nothing. We can both admit you were in the booth with nothing.
Exactly.
And we almost passed by. If it wasn't for Dave,
Exactly.
we wouldn't know who you were, and
Incredible.
we wouldn't know who he was.
Yep.
Yeah. And to have watched you go through Shark Tank and then join up with Hampton and be
Yeah. No, I mean, I won't lie to you. When you go to Eureka Park, there's a couple things that I've noticed. A lot of companies come in the first time. The next year, they're gone.
Yep.
And, that's one of the things that me as a CTA member, too, I want to help out all these startups that are starting in that I know times are going to be tough, but you just have to keep persevering. Just like you guys are doing here with Plug Hits. It's the same thing. You always have to keep pushing. And I've been blessed that I had a chance to go from Eureka Park to now upstairs, and
upstairs with a lot of space. Your
I know.
logo is everywhere.
Oh my God! No, I can see it from here. It's
I know.
It's exciting now. So
you're literally in our shot. Your booth is in our wide shot all week long. So that's just so cool. And you are the same person. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You're the same person that we met.
Yep.
In
Same.
Eureka Park.
It doesn't change. Same person. There's no reason to change. A lot of people get to experience different things in life, and then they just kind of, go overboard. But I just always felt that. I think I learned that from my mom and my parents that being born in Dominican Republic, like you're always humble, and always just be yourself, and things will happen. And that's the things I always see about life. And I think I've been blessed to have really good partners because Kevin O'Leary has been great. Kim Kelly has been great, and it's just great. And now we're here at CES again.
Yep.
It's the first day, and it feels like the third one already. The amount of walking, huh?
Oh my God! And you building a booth, and then
exactly.
You were at Unveiled. I think I saw a photo on LinkedIn this morning.
So it was it's insane.
You've got to build a booth. We had to build a studio. We totally understand each other.
Exactly.
How long were you working on prototype concept, things like that, before you actively went to market with this?
Well, my personal journey, it took 3 years, just the prototype. Because, put in fingerprint, great, but the thing was that for me, I just want to keep it simple with the fingerprint and key. And just adding the traditional key to the fingerprint, that's what it took me a long time.
Yeah.
And myself now being a product developer, I actually had to hire the right people and figure things out on my own. And so that took time. And then again, that's just a prototype.
Yeah.
I wasn't even thinking about design for manufacturing and all that, which that's another pile. And
how do we do these next big steps?
Exactly.
The hard, expensive steps. How do we get there?
Exactly. And now I know through this learning experience how difficult it is for startups downstairs. That you have a great idea and all that, but it's not bad to have partners if you pick the right people, because a lot of the corporations and all that, they're just rolling one way. And sometimes they're not thinking outside the box, and that's what us startups bring to the table. And so I'm excited.
And with that in mind, just for all those out there that are following in your footsteps, what should they look for in a partner whenever they're trying to bring a product to market?
Yeah, that's a good question.
It's great to have an idea, but until you come up with a product manufacturer, someone to help you take it from concept to shelf, it's a little bit different. And much like going into any business, you got to know exactly what you're looking for in a partner. So
that's right.
I know one of your answers: shared vision.
Yeah, well, I will say that too. And it all starts here at CES too, because the beauty of CES is that you get to talk to everyone.
Yeah.
So if you get a chance to network with from retailers to other entrepreneurs to investors to, I mean, you name it, manufacturing companies, that gives you a chance to explore opportunities and then after the show see what works and what doesn't. One of the things that you can do is always see what companies build and what is their product line and all that. And if maybe what you're creating, whether it's an app or a hardware product or you name it, if it fits that portfolio that they're doing.
Yeah, is it
and if it fits,
complementary?
if it complements that, it's not bad to actually go from Eureka Park, come upstairs and meet them because you just never know.
Yeah.
Just take that leap of faith. You know, you don't have nothing to lose.
Yeah, what are they going to do? Tell you no?
Yeah, exactly. That's it. So you know, and I see that a lot of companies don't do that. And I think that's one thing that just be yourself. That's why you're here at this show. It's a big show. Take advantage.
Exactly.
You know, so.
Yep, absolutely. Well, I'm so happy to see you. Hopefully,
Likewise.
Hopefully we'll be able to do something after hours, maybe?
Yeah,
sometime this
well,
week?
I'll be here all day, all week until Friday. So it'll be an exciting show. So
Okay.
we'll make some magic happen.
Okay, well, make sure that you've got one of our numbers.
I will.
And if you've got time after hours, after the show one night, let's get together.
Yeah, let's do it.
And,
Let's do it.
And I think you still owe me a baseball cap.
I do. I do. I do.
If people want to find out more about your product, how can they get it?
Basically, right now, benjilock.com or buyhampton.com, and just a simple Google search, you'll see Benjilock all over now. So,
indeed,
great.
Thank you
Good
so
to
much. I
see you,
appreciate
of
it.
course.
Always,
Yeah.
always.
Pleasure meeting
and
you.
keep doing it. I love what you guys are doing, and you have a great team. All of you guys here are just, you know, love it. So
thank you.
Well, you're part of that family. So.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Well, so that's Robbie. That's who we've been talking about all week.
And really a prime example of what CES is all about.
Exactly. He is CES.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, that his story of Eureka Park to, seriously, from Eureka Park to like a massive, I don't know if you've seen
booth.
it. The
Massive.
amount of his logo that exists behind us is, you can almost hear it. There's so much Benjilock back there. I just love to watch that transition, and part of that transition is because of our next guest.
Good segue. Yeah, how are you? Good
Great.
to see you.
How are you?
Nice
It's
to
good
be with you
see
again.
you.
Thank you. Christopher, I'm Kim
Chris,
Kelly.
Pleasure.
How are you?
Doing
Nice
great,
to meet
sir.
you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself to our viewers.
My name's Kim Kelly. I'm CEO and founder of Hampton Products, and we're in Foothill Ranch, which is Orange County, California. And we are the maker of Benjilock.
Among other things, but certainly
we do make 13,000 other kinds of hardware for homes and residences and automotive use. Yes.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's a small portfolio. So, what have you guys got going on this year?
This has been so exciting, Scott. We've got, in addition to Benjilock, which I know Robbie just told you about, we are so excited about it. You know, he's got a number of different colors that he's introduced.
I'm loving this one.
Yeah.
That's matte
Same.
blue. Matte blue.
I'm loving the blue.
It is manly, but we've got the TSA locks, and this year
That's
we've been
great.
asked for soft side luggage for TSA locks. So we've got a cable and a shackle version. And for those a little
Great.
less manly, we come in rose gold also.
Okay.
Oh.
This year, because
That's a good and popular color.
because of all the feedback that we got here at CES last year, a lot of people said, when are you going to put in a bike lock? Because bikers don't want to be able to, they don't want to carry
Sure.
around a key.
Sure.
So we've got a couple of bike locks that come in a couple of different shackle lengths, $69 and $74.
Wow, that is utterly affordable.
Yeah.
Rechargeable battery, so you'll never need a key.
Yeah.
And finally, a lot of people, particularly the closet manufacturers and people who own guns or people who own lots of tools or mothers who don't want their teenagers to take their jeans.
People like me with small children who love to cook and have drawers full of knives.
You need to lock them up.
Absolutely.
So we've got
I was
medicine
given
cabinets.
100 guesses. I would not have come up with that last one from you.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
Don't know why. Wouldn't.
just before I was here, Scott, you could tell what I was doing. So this lock, I can convert any conventional drawer to a locked drawer.
That's awesome.
And there's
That
a
is incredible.
Benji lock with or without a key. It works on AAA batteries. It's amazing, and it's easy to convert. The most exciting product that we've got this year, though, are the 2 deadbolts. And I know that Robbie told you about the first one. We showed it to you last year, Scott. It was really exciting. It was a prototype.
Yep.
We spent the last year trying to figure out how to make everything waterproof and operational in totally cold conditions. Yeah. It's not always 72 degrees. Some people live where it's cold.
I was just saying, not everybody is as fortunate as the 3 of us to live in.
Exactly, exactly.
But so this lock is perfected. We'll start shipping it next month. Operates with a fingerprint, capacitive screen, and of course a key. Our consumers keep telling us, you can give me a lot of technology, but don't take my key away.
No, and that's just it. Like as an audio video engineer, I am one of those people that's like, hard gear. Give me hard gear. It's great. Like, give me something that has a dedicated function. And the fact that y'all have mixed analog and digital, that you have not removed the key process for an analog bypass is awesome. Because most digital key locks do not have that at all.
It's that combination of the convenience of the digital with the comfort of the hardware.
Sure. Yeah. Well, there are a lot of different ways to develop products. You can be a technology company that tries to figure out how to make a lock or a deadbolt, or you can be a conventional deadbolt hardware manufacturer building technology into the best, most secure products that are in the marketplace today. We've sold over 1,500,000,000 security devices in the company's brief history. So we know how to make this stuff, and we know how to make it secure.
Number. That's an insane number.
It is an insane number. Fortunately, it's not all in inventory today. But
that is the ultimate goal at any given time, is to not have all that in inventory.
Way to not have it there at the end of the queue.
What I'm most excited about this year, though, is Hampton is launching a full smart home project.
Okay.
So it starts, like we talked about last year, it starts with a deadbolt. That, as consumers call it, is the handshake when people come into your home.
Yeah.
It's where security starts. So I've got a very secure deadbolt that's now going to be connected to a smart home app. A connected home means you've got some appliances in the house that are connected. A smart home means those appliances do what you want, when you want them to do it.
I like that. I like that line.
And so through a combination of AI and programmability, we've built into the new Array app control over all the devices that are in your house.
Okay.
From garage door openers to coach lights on the outside to security lights to outdoor cameras that are solar powered or standalone battery. They're all weather resistant. We've got indoor lights, outdoor lights, indoor cameras, plugs, switches, power strips. But what I'm most excited about is finally, and we talked about this last year, Scott, this new deadbolt will be with a capacitive screen, a fingerprint in it. So it's a Benji-lock deadbolt with a capacitive screen with a key that connects to the Array app.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
So I got 4 different ways that I can get into my house. And it's got geofencing in it, so I program my phone. I'm driving home. My Benji lock opens up. My garage door opens. My lights go on. And I understand there's somebody here who's selling a machine that would actually make you a mojito before you get into the house. So everything's ready for you to get home.
I need to find that one.
And I imagine going back to our original conversation about Array, which was 2 years ago, I think, where we talked about the ability with the deadbolts to determine remotely whether or not they're thrown.
Right.
We still have that capability with these.
We know if it's locked. We know if it's unlocked. We know if the door's shut or open. It can be locked and open, which doesn't do you any good. So we can tell you that remotely.
Unless you're in a hotel room.
But what we learned last year is a whole lot of people left and said, you know what, I'm worried whether my door is locked, but I also worry whether or not I put my garage door down.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so with this app this year, with the Array app, we can tell you whether or not your garage door is up or down. And that's particularly valuable when you're in your jammies at 11 o'clock.
Right. Yeah. Which is what we talked about was making that late at night sweep of the house virtual.
Right.
And you've closed that last loop.
Yeah, we call it lockdown mode.
Yeah.
So lockdown, I can tell that the doors are locked, the garage door's down, all the lights are off. And I can do all of that remotely, and I can do it whether I'm home or not. So I travel a lot.
Right.
I want to know whether or not the doors are locked when I'm not home. I want to know whether or not all the lights are on. And I want to know if the thermostat is set to 78 degrees in the middle of winter, because it shouldn't be that hot in the house.
True.
And I can control all that on a single app.
Now, I assume that you can, of course, lock the lock remotely as well for the deadbolt. Is there any kind of tamper alert, anything like that, where if somebody tries to come up, pick the lock, used an unauthorized key, an unauthorized fingerprint, tries to access it, does it alert you on your app, things like that?
The app won't tell me whether or not somebody's trying to tamper with the lock. If somebody actually opens the door and is successful, it will tell me that.
Okay.
But what we've designed are beautiful coach lights that have embedded in them cameras, photo cells, motion sensors, microphone, speaker, and alarms, all in a very tiny little disc, so we haven't hung a 1986 cell phone on the front of a coach light. It's still a beautiful coach light, and I can see everybody who comes to my front door. And, of course, we've got a video doorbell that works on the app, too.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Fantastic.
I've seen the lights. I've seen them in action. The video quality is unbelievable, and you wouldn't know that there's anything special about it, which is, you know, when with security is a big goal. Is, you know,
absolutely.
And the app gives you the ability to control the light level, so that if you want a low lumen output in the evening, the smart light, which we call Array, and then we have satellites, which behave like the smart light, but they don't cost as much because they don't have a camera and some of the other giblets inside.
So they respond to the to the control unit.
So the lights go up when the motion's detected, the lights go down, and then of course in the morning the lights go off because the sun's up.
Yep.
All automatic.
Fantastic. And what kind of availability are we looking at on these?
Most of the products are going to be available by April.
Okay.
The Benji Lock not connected deadbolt is available in February.
Oh, wow.
The connected deadbolts will be late summer, worst case September, October this year.
Okay.
It was really important that we made sure that we had all the security built into it, but most importantly that the combination of Wi-Fi plus fingerprint technology didn't suck too much battery power.
Yeah.
So we finally have chips that sip power instead of guzzle it, which is magic for these. And they're weatherproof, and they operate in minus 20 C temperatures.
The weatherproof is the really huge part. The fact that cold, especially with the capacitive touch screen.
So we're really excited that we finally created an Array smart home, and Benji locks will operate on that platform, and that's great news.
I'm so excited. And, you know, we talked about watching Robbie's journey just in the last couple of years, getting to watch the journey of the company as a whole and get to see how the Array brand has expanded and really taken shape. Has been a lot of fun to watch.
Thanks, Scott. We're excited about it because the company has gone through a digital transformation, and we're taking products that for 100 years have been commodities, and we're making them really special and consumer relevant, and they're all going to operate on the same app, and that's got to be nothing but convenient for consumers.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Good.
I know people are going to want more information. How can they get it?
They can go to buyhampton.com, or benjilock.com, and all the information you need, including where to buy them and the retail prices, will be there. Once you've got the app serves as a menu for all the products that will work on the Array app.
Wow.
Awesome.
Good.
Well, it's good to see you
It's
as
great to see you,
always.
too. Thanks, Scott.
It's good to have friends like you guys, because you're always working on something interesting.
Well,
and I love it.
Plughits and the team have been amazing friends for us and for Benji Lock, and we just can't wait to show you next year the new products that Robbie's got in his head that we'll work our hardest to make become a reality.
Well, fantastic, and hopefully we won't wait until next year to see each other. Hopefully we won't, at least to communicate.
Tell you what, Scott, we built a house just for you. Come on down. Visit our home. We'll take you through it, and we'll show you how all these apps work, because they're all demonstratable right here on the floor of the CES.
So cool.
Incredible.
Awesome.
Good. Okay.
All right.
Absolutely.
Chris,
Pleasure,
nice
sir.
to meet you.
Thank you
very
for
much.
the time.
Show.
You bet. Thanks.
You know, if you were to have said a decade ago that security companies would have such an interesting place on the CES show floor, people would have told you were crazy.
Yep.
And today you've got people like those two. You know, Kim Kelly and Robbie are really, really interesting people, and I think visionaries for their space, constantly looking for interesting new ways to make security modern.
Yeah.
No longer commodities. No longer, just all right, well, do I want, this brand, this brand, this brand, or am I buying it because it's silver or gold or what? But really looking at a product and saying what would make this more convenient, what would make this a better product for people, and putting it to use. And that Benji lock tech is
from
is
concept
awesome.
to build quality is absolutely amazing.
And like you said, the locks are locks.
They're locks. Like
they're
I've got some combination master locks for my Pelicans, things like that cost me $30 each, and I guarantee you, if I give them a good hard tug, it pop right open, man.
Well, that's
that will not.
That
is some amazing build
I have a
quality.
Benji lock in my office that I did. He had to send me 2 because I was mean to the first one, and I beat the body up, and I never pulled it apart.
Wow.
So, yeah. Well, we have our next guest here.
Indeed.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Very good. How are you, gentlemen?
Fantastic.
Great.
Good.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
Yeah, my name is Nick Harris. I'm the Vice President of Marketing and Sales for a company called WaterGen.
All right. And what does WaterGen do?
Good question. WaterGen simply makes air into water.
Okay.
So we've mastered the technology, if you will, to create to take atmospheric air, the moisture in the air, and convert it into drinking water.
So we can now all be evaporation farmers like on Star Wars.
Pretty much. It's
incredible.
Here. It's here today.
And as someone who's actively looking at buying property out in the middle of the desert of West Texas, things like that, when I saw your technology the other day at Unveiled, it was absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Go into how this technology actively works for our audience.
Yeah, it's as almost as magical as it seems. And this technology, the company was founded in Israel, where access to water is obviously a challenge. They pioneered a lot of desalination processes, and so the next wave of exploration really is how do we harvest water from the air and turn it into drinking water that we can all enjoy. So WaterGen has created this technology. They've been able to make it efficient. It basically brings air into a fairly elaborate heat exchanger.
Okay.
The condensate then goes through a series of filters and converts it into water that you and I would enjoy drinking on a daily basis.
Okay.
So most of the efforts to date have been with WaterGen have been very humanitarian driven.
Okay.
Our mission really is to bring water and give access to water to people that don't enjoy that access on a daily basis.
Sure.
So we're very fortunate here in North America that we turn on the tap and
there's water.
There's water there.
Yeah.
Although there are many places, even in the U.S., Flint, Michigan being one of them, where we don't necessarily trust the water that's coming our way. So those are the places that we're looking at, is how do we help people, who are in need of water, and furthermore, how do we start bringing this technology a little bit more mainstream to you and I, so when we go into our kitchens or living rooms in the morning, we can basically drink water that came from the air around us.
Well, go ahead.
I was going to say, so we've seen, we've like you said, there's been WaterGen stuff out there before. We've seen a variety of different styles of hardware. What is involved in yours? What does your setup look like?
Yeah, so the one that we're really featuring this year at CES is really a home and office appliance.
Okay.
Really looks like a water cooler for all intents and purposes, without the big bottle on top. Plug and play, or plug and drink, as we would like to call it. And more or less it's a unit, a pedestal, if you will. Put it in there, turn it on, and you can also connect this to a solar array as well. So you're totally off the grid. Yep. But right now you can just plug it in, and almost immediately it begins its process of collecting water. So it basically is sucking air, moist air in your home, or any air in your home. It's actually purifying that air at the same time. and it's going through this heat exchanger. That's where the water is collected, and it goes into a reservoir. So, this unit can actually create up to 30 liters per day, 8 gallons.
Wow. That was going to be my next
That's
question.
same here.
So I appreciate it.
Yeah. And then it goes into it sits in a reservoir. So there's a number of filters in there as well. So we have to actually add minerals to the water to kind of make it taste good, right? So there's a mineralizing filter in there, so it's always on, and whenever you want to cook with it, drink with it, WaterGen, this Jenny unit as we're calling it, is there and standing by. And the water tastes great, by the way. It's just good tasting water.
And an important part of it.
Yes, it is. And I think there's a lot of reasons. I mean, the reasons to believe keep going on. There's the environmental side of this thing. There's the safety and the health part of it. There's the idea of being a little bit less dependent on the grid. There's the single-use plastics.
And for some, being less dependent on the government.
It
right?
is. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the sadly, even in the U.S. here, the water infrastructure is rotting away. I hate to say it, but there are many cities and towns where those things need, immediate attention. So this is the area that we think WaterGen's going to work.
And especially the Gulf Coast where we live. You're in Florida, I'm in Texas. Hurricane Alley. To be able to have a unit like that can provide 8 gallons a day of fresh drinking water via solar is amazing. Whenever you're talking about having no power for a week
it's
after
a
hurricane, things like that. I mean, I remember growing up, we always filled up the bathtub, and it was not to take a bath. It was to cook with. It was to boil, so we had water to drink. Things like that.
2 years ago, I went 8 days without power after a hurricane in Florida.
Yeah,
so
precisely.
I totally can appreciate the idea of being able to, and the idea that it's, we've seen, like we said, there's all kinds of styles of this, but a lot of them wouldn't be conducive to a renter. Whereas
absolutely.
this one could be. And the powering of it wouldn't necessarily always have to be solar. Maybe if you're in an apartment where you can't put a panel, but the rules go out the window when there's no power, and you can take a panel outside, power this thing, and continue to have water, you don't have to worry about the bathtub game anymore.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And then even to that point, on the point of apartment dwellers trying to get that kind of clean water instead of using tap water, things like that, the fact that you aren't having to pay for an Ozarka service, something like that, to be bringing you water on the regular, which is extraordinarily, inordinately expensive once you start doing it.
Both in financial and in environmental
Single-use
impact.
plastics.
Single-use plastics. We're going to save a lot of backs, too, of people dumping that 5-gallon jug there.
Same thing with people living out in the country that don't necessarily have a proper water table underneath them for digging a well for drinking water. They can absolutely use it to flush the toilet, use it to bathe, but not necessarily to drink. So, same thing.
Yeah, the applications are endless. One of the more interesting things that we're looking at is also how does this look like in terms of on the go. So, in an RV, in a boat, so the marine applications.
Absolutely,
so
for camping.
It's almost perfect. I mean, there you are. You've got this sort of
long-term hunting expedition.
Totally never-ending supply of water that you don't have to go out and fill up or go to a tap someplace.
And what about the industrial side as far as farming, things like that? Are y'all looking into that area as well?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a huge unit which would literally fit on the roof of a building, and that can create up to 1,300 gallons per day. So I mean, you're starting to get into some bigger volume. Now remember that it's still drinking water, so we're looking at this really as potable water, but it can be used, breweries are taking a very distinct interest in this.
They would absolutely love it, especially distillers, because you've got to, as opposed to brewing, you've got to have a totally different water quality for distilling. And even going into that side of it where, you can, the possibilities are literally endless with the application.
It gives me the opportunity to spend more time in a lot of breweries. So
I don't have a problem with that.
No, me either.
So what is the the availability and the pricing on this?
So the pricing for the Jenny unit, the home unit, home office unit, is $2,500.
Okay.
So we think that's going to be eminently affordable considering what the payback will be. The filters will be available, and it's about a 6-month interval on the filter changes. They'll be priced around $125. It's a DIY job, you can do it yourself. And availability, Q2, we're talking, so June, July.
Wow.
So we're going to be in market. Yeah,
Wow.
we're really excited about it, and we're looking forward to seeing these across North America.
Absolutely. Very, very exciting technology.
Thank you.
For sure.
Yeah.
People are going to want to find out more about this. How can they do it?
So you can go to our website, www.watergen.com. If you're here at CES, stop by our booth, taste the water, and we're at booth number 4146. So come by and see, taste the water, and hopefully we'll see you in our booth very shortly.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Talking
Appreciate it.
to
Thank
us.
you. Yeah, that was good.
This is really exciting.
That was fun. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good show.
Thanks.
And that excites me to no end. Coming from a family that hunts, fishes, goes out in the country for a long time, goes out to camp, for a week at a time, that kind of stuff. That is some absolutely amazing technology to just, those of us that were in Boy Scouts know we can always just sink a stone in a piece of plastic under the ground, but who wants to go out and dig a hole in the ground and harvest your water every day from a plastic sheet, To know that this technology is there, that, like we were saying, apartment dwellers, things like that.
Yeah.
I did the quick math in my head, and you're looking at about like the equivalent of like a 3-year water service. If you were to go out and order bottled water, and,
yeah, for sure.
Same thing.
Yeah, it's really great, and we saw another company last night.
Yes.
Zero Source, that's going to be on I think tomorrow, possibly Thursday, but I think it's tomorrow. That has a similar product. Somebody that Danielle and I talked to a couple of years ago. Hello, Danielle.
Hi, I'm
Welcome,
Danielle.
That has a similar concept, but is definitely not designed for apartment dwellers or renters, or
Yeah.
it's because it's mounted on the roof. You have to have the ability to do that. Not everybody does. Neither Danielle nor I have that capability. But with this product, none of us do.
Nope.
So with this, it looks like just a regular water jug thing, and it pulls water out of the air.
Well, and especially whenever you're talking about regions like New Orleans, Austin recently, after our last flood, had a 5-day boil water ban. Like if you wanted water, you could get it out of your faucet, but you better boil it before you drink it.
We've had that before.
And very common after floods, things like that, because of the cross mix of gray water, regular water, things like that. And to know that this is there, like
you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, absolutely awesome.
So Danielle,
Hi.
how's your day been?
My day's been pretty good.
That's good.
I've been walking around the show floor. I don't know if everyone knows about Eureka Park.
We just had Robbie on.
Yeah.
So we talked about Eureka Park.
Okay.
But give him a little bit better of an idea of what Eureka Park is.
So a little bit about Eureka Park. It's just this amazing place. It's magical, really. I think it's magical.
Where is Eureka Park?
It's right downstairs.
Which is?
In the Sands.
Sands Convention Center, yes.
This year it's in the Sands. 2022 it'll probably move. But
really?
Well, yeah, because once the new convention center building's open, we're not going to be in this building anymore, probably.
But anyways, it's this magical place where there are startup companies. And
at all levels of startup.
At all levels of startup.
Because Todd and I talked this morning about somebody he saw it unveiled yesterday that was definitely in the mad scientist phase. Yes. He had a vinyl record recorder that was just made out of, I don't know, crap he found.
Yeah.
And so that's definitely mad scientist phase.
I found a lot of prototype phases where the CEO left the booth and I couldn't talk to anybody because no one knew what it was.
Yeah.
That happens.
I have it happen all the time where it's, I'm sorry, I'm just a salesperson. I'm not a spokesperson.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to be on camera.
Where they show me, I mean, they don't even know anything about the product. They just show me the brochure.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of amazing things out there.
What were some of the stuff you saw?
And the last one I saw is one of my favorite, actually, because I got 10 interviews today, which is why I'm up here.
Okay. Is it potentially in the running?
I really like it.
Okay.
I mean, it's basically a breathalyzer that tracks your metabolism.
I think we saw this unveiled last night.
Did you?
I don't think we engaged with
Okay.
them, but I think you pointed it out
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we kept going.
It tracks your metabolism. I mean, they've been here. They were here last year as well, and I think they won an award last year as well.
So it can literally tell you how long till you can have your next beer.
Kind of, not necessarily. It really like
that's
tracks.
the one I want.
The one that they have, I mean, it's all about metabolism. So it tells you like whether you are currently burning fat or currently burning carbs.
Oh,
okay.
Okay, so not just the metabolism of the
drinks.
drinks.
Yeah.
It's like your
Just
overall
in
health.
general.
Yes.
Oh.
So it's telling you, it rates it on like a 1 to 5 scale,
Interesting.
and it tells you, because I guess I might have it wrong, but based on your CO2 levels, it can tell you whether you're burning fat or burning carbs.
Yes.
So if one of
from
them's
the
high,
off,
it can
from the
tell you where you're at.
off-gassing and everything else.
And they were telling me that like they do it like 3 or 4 times a day.
Fascinating.
That is awesome.
They blow into the little device and it tells you like where they're at, 1 to 5, and then you can do it before or after workout, and that changes as well. Like it's awesome.
And so we talk a lot, especially at our startup conference. We talk about how a one-off product may or may not work, and and that's the mad scientist phase, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so a consumer breathalyzer.
Yeah.
Most of them are going to be purchased as gag gifts for people who
I think you drink too much, buddy.
who their friends are joking about being an
Don't
alcoholic.
drive. Yeah.
Look, we got you one for each day of the week.
Yeah.
But
Hey, do this real quick and let me see where you're at.
Yeah,
but
who's driving?
Who's actually using it?
No.
Kind of
This
nobody.
one has nothing to do with alcohol necessarily. The
And-
girl at the booth,
Exactly.
the girl at the booth is telling me, she goes, currently if I do it right now, she goes, you can see that I'm burning fat. But
Yep.
last night when I did it this morning, I was out on the strip and I was drinking beer and I was doing all this stuff. And this morning it was
Burning
like, hey,
carbs.
you are burning carbs right now
Yeah.
because you went a little bit crazy last night.
Well,
And based on that information,
Yeah.
it recommends meal plans to you and it recommends workouts.
I was just
and
about to
you
say.
can set your goal. You can say, hey, I want to lose weight, or hey, I would
Yeah.
like to maintain my weight, or hey, like you don't set
Yeah.
a goal weight because that's unhealthy.
Yeah.
You just say, I would like to lose weight, and it will keep track of that for you.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
it keeps track of your overall metabolic
I was
health.
going to say not only that, but marrying that with a lot of the technology that's coming out now for people with diabetes, stuff like that, where it's automated and everything else, giving you your dosage. You can absolutely keep track of what your body is metabolizing
Yeah.
and what your next meal should be.
And the co-founder is super passionate about
so
it.
whether or not
Yeah.
our pasta meal last
Yeah.
night was the right way to go.
Exactly. And it recommends, but he was telling
Always,
me,
by the way.
he was telling me by, he was telling me by like, because he's super passionate about it. Because I asked the question, what are you most passionate about with this product? And he said, he goes, there aren't a lot of nutritional things. I mean, there's a lot of health things. There's a lot of workout things. There's a lot of, fad diets. And fad diets don't work.
No.
Right.
You end up gaining the weight and everything. But if you're trying to keep track of your overall health and your overall metabolic health, like this is like the thing. And like I'm
Yeah.
very
That's
passionate about it. And I was like, dude, that's awesome. And that's my favorite so far.
And that's just it. Metabolism is literally one of those things that is individual to each person,
Yeah,
even
and that's
even
what they
within
said as well.
families,
Mhm.
even within families.
Yes.
So yeah, that's
And it all interacts
incredibly
with the
awesome.
app. And I think it was my favorite.
Yeah.
It was
That's
the
really
last
cool.
one I talked to.
That's really cool.
Yeah, one of my favorites that I saw out there while I was out getting names and just checking out booths today of just people to go do stand-up with was the BattleBots, which I believe are coming on, if I'm not mistaken. I think they said that they'd contacted us about coming on.
BattleBots?
But
You just got
I was going
an
to say.
email about BattleBots.
I was going to say.
Yep, there it is.
15 minutes ago, I
Yep.
have an email about BattleBots.
Yeah. I gave them a card and was like, they were like, yeah, I think we got in touch with you. I was like, get in touch with us again because this is awesome. And it's literally like little personalized BattleBots They have joysticks you can like
They're
go
small?
in. And
Oh,
they're
okay.
like this
They're
big.
tiny.
They're like this big.
Oh my
It
goodness.
is so awesome.
I need to
dude.
show the guy from
They have,
Poly.
they have like little turning. They
He's
have
so
like little
crazy about
turning
BattleBots.
Gatling guns and axes. And, oh, it's so epic.
Dude, where is that? That's up here?
Yeah. Oh,
I know the
so
company
incredible.
you're talking about.
Yeah.
I know the company you're talking
Are
about.
we going to interview him? I'll interview him.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got their information. They're
wanna battle
definitely
Are you
on
going
the
to go
list.
on the show?
Yes.
On the live show?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I can hear you.
Okay, I can't
Yeah.
hear myself.
I hear you.
I want to battle a bot.
Yeah.
Well, have you replied to the email?
Yeah. That's the easiest way to do
I
it.
want to battle a bot.
Because
They're right there.
Because we're creating our own actual BattleBots team.
I know. I just saw the email.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, we've got.
I'm down with that.
We have a couple of the. Because it's all on solo. Now you should be able to hear yourself.
I think I can hear myself now.
Look at that.
Interesting.
Okay.
So yeah, we've got a couple of the big teams in our area, and so the aggression level between the actual teams and the people who want to have actual teams has grown. So we're gonna create our own.
Yep.
Yeah, that is still one of my favorite tech things ever that came out. I remember whenever it used to be on Sci-Fi Channel all the time, and now I forget where it is now. I know it still occurs.
Yep. It never stopped. It just stopped being aired.
Yeah, exactly. And one of my favorite shows that I got to work all the time was NVIDIA. And to know that right now that the Drone Racing League is actually working in tandem with Boeing, and that soon there will be the first automated drone racing league versus human drone racing league is absolutely incredible. Just talking about earlier the AI concept.
It's not drones versus humans.
It's drones versus drones controlled by humans.
That's right. Automated drones versus drones controlled by people.
Sounded painful.
So
in Tampa, we have a professor
Dr. Andujar.
I was just about to say that.
Who created a brain-controlled drone
Love
racing league.
I can see that, mainly because Defense One came out about a year and a half ago and said that now soldiers can Neuralink control up to 5 drones per soldier. Also, I want to say it was the new version of the YF-22 that they said would actively have a swarm of drones that could be released to act as chaff and things like that.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I mean, the world of automated drones is going just wild. But those would actively be drones that would be controlled by the co-pilot in their helmet.
That's awesome.
And yeah, just the world of brain control technology that's out there right now.
Yeah.
Like
there's some headsets that are really impressive with how open their APIs are and the things you can do with them, and that's where this brain drone racing league came from. Is he realized, with this API, I could, if you sing a song, I can make it turn left, and if you chant or whatever stupid thing, I can go right, or whatever his control things are. You think about.
I thought about panda bears.
Yeah, I've actually got one of the Muse headsets.
That's what he
uses. One of the first versions.
Yes.
I don't have the Muse 2 yet. I'm looking at getting that because that does the respiration and heart rate as well, so I can do my own sleep studies, things like that. But my favorite thing that I've found with the Muse headset, if there are any musicians out there that have a Muse, there is a $20 app called Brainwave to MIDI, where you can actively assign each.
Is that what that was all about?
You can actively assign each sensor inside the headband to a different MIDI driver on your device. So you can dial in a synthesizer and say the left tempo over here is the bass frequency, the right is this octave.
You just have a whole symphony in your head.
And literally, depending on which brain wave it's sensing, it's going to trigger that part of the synthesizer.
Honestly, I'm already playing music in my head at all times of every day.
Exactly.
And now you can force everybody else to endure
to
it.
listen to it. You can hear the songs in my head.
What's amazing is that
Yeah.
I put my stuff, the first track I'll make, and then I'll put the audio through a visualizing program and then sit and listen to it watch the visualization and record the next track
Yeah.
as what my brain is responding to the last track
It's only
from.
$20.
So the program
The
is.
program
The
is 20
program,
bucks.
yeah. The headset
And then you get
itself
the-
is
yeah.
about 150, something like that. For
I
the
can play
first
music
Muse.
all the time.
Yeah, it's great. It's
love
it's
that.
literally music for the non-musically inclined.
Okay, guys, our next interview is here. So
Fantastic.
I'm gonna
That
mute
means
Bubba.
I got
Oh.
Bye, Bubba.
We'll see you soon, Danielle.
And I'm gonna ask
Mid-word.
Chris and Scott to scoot over to your left.
This way?
Because Chris is about off the 3-shot. Much better.
Okie dokie.
If he's gonna
Yeah.
talk, we want to see him.
Yeah, it's nice.
Can do, friend. Can do.
Alrighty, so do you have a name up here?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yes, we do. Oh. We're almost there. We're almost.
Home stretch, buddy.
Yeah. Last quarter of our time.
That's right.
Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Very good, thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
Okay, I'm Richard Carrière. I'm SVP Global Marketing and General Manager at Cyberlink.
Okay. And tell us about Cyberlink. Is this the company I'm thinking it is?
It probably is. We've been
Okay.
around for 25 years. If you've used a Windows PC in your life, you've used our products, basically.
Yes.
Playback videos, edit
Uh-huh.
videos, photos, stream content.
Yep.
That's what we've been doing.
Okay, then you're absolutely the company I was thinking of, so that's fantastic. So what have you got going on at the show this year?
Yeah, it's actually a very different change from what we've done traditionally.
Okay.
About a year ago, we launched a SDK, so a technology for facial recognition based on artificial intelligence.
Oh.
It's pure B2B play, very different than what Cyberlink has been known to do. In After Software, we've introduced apps, for photo, video editing, even virtual makeup. And as we
wasn't aware of that
introduced,
one.
oh yeah, we have 800 million deployments of an app called UCam Makeup.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
800 million.
I mean, it's not. I'm not that target demo, so I'm not surprised. I don't
I'm not
know.
not making
But-
any judgment, but the reason why I bring it up is that in order to convince top makeup brands in the world to offer their products in that app, we needed to have a very precise mapping of the face.
Sure.
It had to run at the edge on any device, even if it's not connected to a server, even if the processing power of that device is not huge.
Sure.
So we developed what happened to be one of the world's most precise, fastest, most secure facial recognition engine. So we turned around, and a year ago we said, hold on, we have something interesting here. So let's call it Face Me and start
Yeah.
selling it to any company that
Yeah.
needs facial recognition.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
It's and you know, the companies that recognize that and are able to make that pivot to say, oh, we've got this really cool technology, not let's hoard it.
Yeah, let's productize
But
it.
yeah,
and
let's
get
turn
it
into a
out.
product is the best. Like that's great decision making.
Yeah. And the beauty of that platform is that it runs literally on any operating system. So it can run on iPhones, iOS, Android, Windows, or Linux. It can run on very powerful workstations. If you try, for example, to identify at once hundreds of people with several cameras versus just doing your online banking and using your face for authentication.
Yep.
So based on that, it can be applied to almost an unlimited number of use cases across all industries. And I've got to tell you, facial recognition is becoming the hottest thing in AI at the moment.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. And this isn't the show for the ethics of who's using it for what, but
it's
that's all out there, and there's plenty of discussion about
Sure.
that. But
and if you
technology is
yeah.
not inherently evil.
No,
just
it's
what you
not.
do with it.
That's right.
It's true. And
and
if I may,
there's some great things that can be done with it. Like
there's
you
some
said.
great things that can be done, and our technology, because it's edge-based, it doesn't require to take a picture or video, send it to a cloud-based server with all the security risks.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything is done on the app, on the device, and all we keep, if we keep anything, is a very tiny, highly encrypted file of less than 1 kilobyte that has a series of encrypted zeros and ones to map vectors on a face.
Okay.
So if we are to, for example, a customer is a police force in a country where they use that to identify people. So what they send to their secure server at the police headquarters is just that tiny file. It does the matching on their server, then it sends back and say, okay, this is the identity of this person. So even in a case like that, it's highly secure. It's very different than anything that raises the concerns that are, honestly, they are right concerns.
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the fact that you've designed that into a closed-loop system like that, where that information doesn't go out, it doesn't ping to somebody else before it gets back to you, that is a lot of foresight to take into consideration.
No, it is.
Especially for something like a makeup app. the fact that this came out of a makeup app and is now being used for those applications.
It's true.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's being used right now in retail environment, for example, just to gather statistics on traffic so we can collect information like age, gender, the mood of people, where they're looking at. It can be used.
So, so sentiment analysis.
Well, at least the basic feelings from being happy, sad, angry, neutral.
Okay.
So that's one thing. It's used in security. Access control is a pretty obvious case. Most cases, any private facility now, if you enter it, your photo is part of the process. It's been forever.
Yep.
It's used in the medical space. I'm very happy to know that potentially the right doctor does the right procedure to the right patient, or delivers the right drugs to the right person.
Absolutely. What an incredibly awesome application and real to life true application.
So it has nothing to do with some of the scary cases people talk about.
Absolutely not. To have a nurse with a handheld device that can literally just point at somebody and go, yes, check, this is who it is. Here's your medication.
Yeah, and reality is that people have been using it massively. It's like I have yet to find someone who has an iPhone who turned off the face recognition function, and most people also use that face recognition to unlock their banking and everything. So we're trusting a company with literally our financial life, our most private thing.
Everything.
And
maybe twins who don't like each other might turn it off.
Actually, I wish. I'll invite you to our booth if you want. We'll show you. We've done analysis of identical twins, and I would say there's probably 95% likeliness between the two twins, but it's never 100%. So depending how you set the app or algorithm, we're able to distinguish twins. Yeah.
Okay, so you can actively set the distinction level and tell it this much margin is what we need in order to have access.
Oh, good. So
like several parameters can all be adjusted. So it all depends.
We're above Face ID and Samsung's.
They
both get tricked by twins.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to mention other companies. Other things we do also, we have technologies for anti-spoofing, which means that you cannot put a picture or even a video of somebody.
Yeah.
So we have all sorts of technologies that run both on very basic 2D cameras or, of course, laser 3D cameras.
Sure, actively looking for the curvature of the face, things like that.
Absolutely, and movement. And so,
obviously, being able to use something like a Kinect would make that far easier, but nobody has that in their pocket.
Sure. And just give you an idea, I mean, facial recognition. Most people still use their first name and birthday as a password.
Oh, yeah.
Even people use fingerprint. Fingerprint is a risk of false recognition, I think, of 1 in 1,000. Our technology is 1 in 1,000,000.
Okay.
So you really have to, you need a pretty long lineup of people to try before somebody wrongfully access your data.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. My experience is the other way around. For me, success is 1 in 1,000 on fingerprint readers.
Yeah.
But that's a whole different, I feel like my fingerprints are always changing or something. That stuff never works for me. But the facial recognition stuff does. Apparently my face doesn't shift, just my fingers.
Yeah, the face is pretty good.
I'm only partially alien. So if our viewers want to find out more about the things that you're up to, how can they find out?
Well, they can go on cyberlink.com/faceme. Or if they're at CES, they can come visit us. We're at the South Hall #2, booth 5555. And oh yeah, we have a few dozens of demos we can do to anyone on the show.
Awesome.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to us today.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And have a great rest of your show.
Thank you.
That's incredibly awesome. Like I said, to know that technology like that came out of a makeup app.
Right. And you never know where the core of
where your concept's going to take you. And that's just it. If you unfetter it, if you take it outside of the box and you let that innovation happen, it naturally will run that course. And like
my all-time favorite example of this is PayPal.
Yes.
PayPal was not supposed to be a product. The company built encryption software.
Yep.
PayPal was a demo to show that they could encrypt credit card transactions over the internet to make them safer. The eBay community found it, started using it, and
they partnered
two
up.
of the founders argued to shut PayPal down because it's not who we are.
Yep.
Luckily, the smarter founders were ready to pivot their company.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have spent way too much time with one of the founders that wanted to shut it down. But that's okay.
Yeah.
Dumb decisions often can get overridden by smarter people, and that's what happened there. more foresight. And so a facial recognition platform coming out of a makeup app, no weirder than PayPal coming out of an accident too. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Excellent.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
So I'm Jim Witham, the CEO of GAN Systems. We're a power transducer maker. And I've come here to show you a couple of things we've got going on here at Consumer Electronics Show.
Ooh, please.
I see some stuff that I recognize, but almost certainly not for its intended purpose today. We use a lot of BNC all over our studio, but probably not for what you've brought us.
No.
Tell us about what you got here.
So kind of, three things that we see here at the show. One is fast charging. So I've brought some fast chargers for cell phones and computers. Another thing is EV. So electronic vehicles has become a huge part of this show over the past few years. And then the last thing is 5G. And what all those all have in common? They all need power, and they all need power transistors.
Sure.
And so we've got some things here. So first of all, this is my Lenovo laptop computer, and this is the power supply that's shipped with it.
Yep.
And you'll see it's big and large and has lots of cords.
It's so big that it's referred to as a power brick.
And so now people are not calling them bricks, they're calling them GAN adapters. This power supply here is exactly the same wattage. It's about the third the size, about the third the weight, and it's super to carry around in your backpack or your purse.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, comparative, like there's no weight to this. I'm very familiar with Lenovo Power, and that's it's almost like this is a prank.
Yeah. This is literally, folks, about half the weight of your cell phone.
Yeah.
Right at the same weight. Like
this came out about 6 months ago.
Okay.
And I've been using it for my computer ever since. I absolutely love it. And the only bad thing about this is that I still have to carry around this brick to be able to do a show and tell between before and after. So I'm hoping that everybody sees this so I can stop carrying this darn thing around and everybody has one of those in their pocket.
Ladies and gentlemen, our goal at CES 2020 is to help this poor guy stop carrying around this giant power brick.
All of us. Because, I mean, even carrying my Mac editing computer around, the thing that I hate most is that power brick because it is so heavy. It's almost literally the weight of the Macintosh.
Yeah.
The fact that this actively has a charger built into it, brilliant.
Yeah, the folding prong is beautiful.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a favorite
and that's
of
kind of
mine.
one of the nice attributes of that. You know what's
and so
really
it's just USB-C.
It's USB-C. You can use it on anything that's USB-C. I mean, all phones are going that way. All computers are going that way. Medical equipment's going that way. The whole world's going to be USB-C power in the future.
Now, does this actively have a power sensing circuit in it that tells it what power level the device that's being plugged in?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
You could plug in your cell phone. You could plug in your tablet. You could plug in
standard handshake. It sees who it is and delivers the right amount of power to it. That's the beautiful thing about USB-C.
So we won't melt a phone by plugging it into this.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's an important step.
And
5 versus 65.
Always good not to melt your electronics.
Yeah, indeed. 5 versus 65 is a pretty big variation between power requirements.
So that handshake's done. But think about it. If you've got a phone that can do 65 watts, 65 divided by 5, 13 times, I think, faster charging of your phone. So instead of having to sit around and wait for your iPhone to charge for an hour, you do it in 5 minutes.
Right.
Yep.
True.
And once again, the weight. This is probably about half the weight of my standard battery pack that I carry with me. Just jump pack for my phone.
And this is for a notebook computer. Think about what it is for a gaming computer. Have you seen some of those power supplies?
No, they're easily 3 pounds in and of themselves.
We do the same thing with that. Make them 3 or 4 times smaller.
Now, what is the voltage range on this from and to, and what's the milliwatt drain on it?
So AC, you can put anything in from 90 volts to 260 volts or something. Anywhere in the world you can plug it in.
That's great.
And on the output, it has 3 voltage levels. One for phones, one for tablets, and one for notebooks. And so then it does the handshake to figure out which is the right one to send.
Great. And what's the typical drain time on it for, let's say, a laptop being the highest drain device?
So it's the same power as this. So it powers up just as fast on this as the big adapter would. And for a phone that can take those fast charges, it can do it 13 times faster.
And how long does the battery last?
There's no battery in that. It's just a charger.
Oh, okay.
That's just the
gotcha.
It is
plug
identical
it into the
to
wall.
this.
Okay.
Plug it into the wall, plug it in here, you charge your phone.
Dude.
Our producer is like, I want one.
I need that.
I need like 3 of these.
So
I carry so many computers.
Yeah.
with
I'll be
fast
taking
chargers.
orders
after
we get off the air.
Most
so that
definitely.
leads us to the next 2 important questions: price and availability.
Yep.
So those are available aftermarket. I know you can get them at Office Max and at Best Buy. Certainly in Canada. I come from Canada, so in Best Buy in Canada. So those are 2 places. And you can go online and find out. I'm sure there's other outlets besides those, but they're available aftermarket. I think what you're going to be seeing, a big trend coming in the future, we'll start to see these coming in box. So with the box, with your phone, with the box, with your computer, you'll have the small chargers in there.
Let's hope.
And bug your computer makers, bug your phone makers, because this is what the marketplace wants. They're a little bit slow to change, and we got to poke them along to get the change done.
Sure. So what else have we got going on here?
Okay,
We've definitely got more stuff.
So the other stuff is EV. This is a little bit easier, I think, for everybody to understand because we use it every day. The next thing, though, is electric vehicles that I'd like to show you.
Sure.
And this is a power module that goes in to run the electric motor in a car. And I've only bought 1 of these. There'd typically be 3 of these in a car. And this could run, probably not a Tesla. This isn't quite enough power for a Tesla, but it could sure run a Volt or a Zoe around town. And by doing it with GaN transistors, my transistors, you can be much more efficient. So you can take the cooling system down, take batteries out of the car, and make the car go further, kind of 10 to 15% further on a charge. And everybody has a little bit of range anxiety, so anything you can do to make the car go further and also to take some batteries out and make it less expensive is a good thing for the proliferation of EVs.
And lighter.
To make it lighter, to know that there's less lithium, things like that in it.
Yeah, for sure.
And so I wanted to show you this. This is an all-GaN vehicle that has this module in it. This has been shown by Toyota at the Tokyo Motor Show just last month. Actually, it's been 2 months now. And it's also, these cars are running around Tokyo right now, showing what can be done with the latest and greatest power transistors.
Wow, that is absolutely amazing. What was it that actively brought you to develop these transistors in this way?
Well, I think, big picture-wise, we're sitting here at CES, Consumer Electronics Show. Everything in our life has more electronics, and you got to have power to make those electronics work. And everybody wants them. There's a couple million people using cell phones these days, but there are billion. There's 7 billion people on this planet that want to use those things. So we've got to use our our electricity really efficiently, and we got to use the least amount of materials to get that done.
Yeah,
less copper, less aluminum, less wire,
especially less things like lithium, stuff like that are
bingo, and
really hard to extract.
So my company, my vision is to make the best power transistor so that we can minimize the amount of materials and maximize the amount of power that's actually going to power our electronics. And it turns out the GaN transistor is the best transistor that's ever been made. We knew about it on paper 10 years ago when we started the company. We perfected it about 5 years ago, and we've been out getting it. It's into the marketplace in consumer electronics, and it's about to come into the marketplace in things like electric vehicles.
Wow.
Well, that's really cool. If people want to find out more about the things that you're up to, how can they find out more?
GaN Systems, www.gansystems.com. We have the widest selection of transistors. We have lots of application notes and reference designs and kits that people can buy to get started. And parts are available online. You can get on Mauser and order them up, and a day later, parts will be in your lab.
I actively have a guitar pedal modification company. I'm going to Mauser and buying some GaN transistors.
They're wonderful because when people see something cool, they want to get their hands on it and get started right away.
Yeah.
And overnight is just about as quick as you can get.
To find out that these are commercially available on somewhere like Mauser for builders like me and makers and stuff.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And it's not.
So many times it's proprietary. It's made only for manufacturers.
Yeah.
You have to put only for that.
You have to order 1 million of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Day one, we went open source. We put the parts on Mauser. All of our reference designs, the bill of materials, the schematics are open source. You go online, no passwords.
Thank you for that.
We try to make it easy for people to use this great transistor.
Yeah,
very
absolutely.
Cool.
Well, not just that, but to develop it further and carry it on and keep it moving forward.
Because it's a building block, but it's only a building block, right? We need the creativity of designers out there to take this fundamental building block and build neat systems like this.
Figure out how to put it to use.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Beautiful.
Well, thank you so much.
So there you
for
go.
Coming by and talking to us.
Absolutely.
This is fascinating. And again, I can't stop focusing on the BNC, but that's just an industry hazard.
They're shiny. What can you do?
And we'll make sure that we get some of these sent out to you guys.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yes, please.
Please. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much.
All right.
And have a great rest of the show.
Thanks for having me.
CES. Like I said, go ahead.
Power efficiency is more and more and more and more important for not just the big devices, but for small devices too, right? Because one of the big problems that like cell phone manufacturers have is we all want it thin, but we want the battery to last all day.
Yeah.
Here's a great example. This thing on my wrist, which is from a battery perspective an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, just unbelievably terrible when it comes to battery. So if I could have, with a system that's designed specifically to minimize the electrical impact of the device, maybe this thing could survive a whole day.
Well,
please.
I think bigger than that is the power to heat coefficient, because that's as a circuit designer, that's one of the things that you really have to worry about. Like, if you remember when cell phones first started coming out, how warm your pocket used to get because of the battery dissipation and just because of the power trickle going on, to know that they're actively controlling that with these transistors, micro-miniaturizing these circuits and making it to where the power ratio is larger with greater heat dissipation.
Right.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's all great. I'm glad to see it. Our small devices, our big devices, everything can benefit from better power efficiency. You know, it's one of the things that every year, you know, AMD and Intel both had press conferences yesterday, and I guarantee that one of the things they talked about was in their new chips, the power efficiency has gone up by 3% or 8% or what. That because in processors that's always important.
Yes.
Because the beast that runs our show right now uses power.
Yeah.
Oh my God, does it pull power? And so if the processor could take just 3% less to accomplish the same goal, it would have a legitimate impact on a power bill. Granted,
And
we're not paying it here. It's
not just that, but
somebody
on your
else's
speed.
problem, but
on your speed as well. When the heat goes down, your speed goes up.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, that's why.
That's what I always say.
That's why liquid cooling, oil cooling, all these other cooling devices
this one's liquid cooled.
around have come about into the marketplace.
Yeah, exactly.
Specifically for high-performance machines, gaming machines, editing, even Bitcoin mining, all that kind of stuff.
And we're going to have a Bitcoin mining router on the show on Thursday, I think.
You better keep me away from that one.
Yeah.
I'm going to want it. I want to be shown how to do it.
You know, the change in that was a big deal when they changed the protocol, and it doesn't require 1 million watts of GPU anymore.
Yeah, because I remember that was one of the big things that NVIDIA was having issues with, and where all these knockoffs started coming up around.
They
was
couldn't produce enough
they
video
could
chips.
not produce them enough.
Oh
And
my
like I
God.
said earlier, I used to work their event twice a year, in one in San Jose, one in D.C., and to see that regularly, where it was like, hey, we launched this new card, but it's out of stock.
But you'll never
right
see
now.
it.
Like,
Yeah.
unfortunately, we aren't going to have any more for another 8 months.
Yeah.
And it was like all the pre-orders were taken up by Bitcoin miners
The
because
the 1080i is a great example of
Yes,
that. That
yes.
was
That's been you all day?
I've got a few of those,
Yes.
and it is definitely one of those situations that as that started happening, we came across the situations in the availability of technology to the rest of us.
Here's a fun piece of information.
What?
The value of a used 1080i today is higher than the value of a brand new one when it came out.
Yes.
Because it's still possibly the best video card that's ever been produced.
I've got one in every machine I have, and my editing machine has 2.
My brother has considered selling his.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't
like-
get rid of it.
He's like,
It is
that
such a
amount of money.
it is such a flexible.
Hard to ignore.
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks to me like
There are a couple no-shows.
There's one I'm just going to give a couple more minutes.
Yep,
but
that's why I'm here.
We're probably done.
okay.
But I
So-
just in case.
So
Sure.
before we shut down, there's a couple of things that we want to talk about, and it's the partners that are powering our coverage this year. The first
Thank you.
is Blueberry, which is the parent company of the Tech Podcast Network, or the sister, I guess, to the Tech Podcast Network, because Raw Voice is the parent. Anyway, Blueberry is the sister site. It's the largest podcast directory in the world, but more importantly, it is by far the best way to host your files. They offer a plugin for WordPress to turn your WordPress site into a podcasting site. But really, the hosting and the statistics, for me, are the big thing that they offer.
Their stats are absolutely amazing.
I can't believe how good they are. And they offer a free level, which gives you just the last 10 episodes. But the paid level, which I still can't believe is $5 a month per show. That's crazy. But because it's our sister, we've got a deal using the promo code Blueberry004.
That's BLU.
BLUBRRY. Blueberry, no E's for all your podcasting needs.
Blueberry.
Right.
That has not been their
That's right.
tagline for years.
Blueberry, no E's.
But I said it every week until we moved over to TPN. So, yeah, Blueberry, BLUBRRY 004. And that'll give you a free month of the premium statistics, which is really, for me, the thing that clinches it.
It is.
But if you're also looking for a great way to store your files, the Blueberry Media system is stupid fast. I can't believe how fast their hosting is.
How fast is it?
I have managed to download from the Blueberry servers at 750 megabits a second.
Wow! Wow, that is incredible.
That's faster than I can download directly from Amazon.
Yep.
Or from Azure. I can't get those speeds from any of those sites, but I can get it from Blueberry, and so. You can find out all about that at blueberry.com, BLUBRRY, and using Blueberry004 as your promo code. And then there's privacy, which has been very good to us.
And a favorite.
Both as a partner and as users.
A platform,
because
yes.
we've all been using the platform for like a year and a half now.
Right.
It's really a great.
So easy to set up.
Yeah, it's really a great system. You sign up. You can either attach your bank account or literally take a picture of your debit card, and you're done. And you can create virtual cards for every online service you use. So let's say, I don't know, some company nobody's ever heard of, Home Depot, has all of their credit card information stolen.
Oh, you mean like what happens every other month?
Oh, right. It was Home Depot that had that happen. If somebody gets that credit card information, all they can do is use it at Home Depot. And when you terminate the card, you're not going to screw up your Netflix subscription and your power bill and all the other things that usually go to your bank account.
Interesting.
You only terminate the Home Depot one, or Target, or Walmart, or whoever, or for whatever reason you think it might be compromised. And for what we do, we sometimes, we'll get hotel rooms, we'll get rental cars and airline tickets and stuff like that. So we'll pause the card when we know we're not going to use it.
Right.
It cannot be used, but it doesn't affect our Netflix subscription or any of those other things.
Right. And there's the single use also.
Right.
When I'm booking something for for travel.
Yeah, you can create
and you
a card
can shoot
for
me
one
over
time.
a one-time use card, and not even I can go back and use it again.
Right,
so
exactly.
for a corporation, it's great.
Yeah,
for per diems, expenses, all that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Ooh.
And for per diems and expenses and things like that, you can put a limit on each individual card.
Beautiful.
Yes.
So
Versatile, easy to use platform on top of it.
And most important, it's free.
Wow.
It doesn't cost you a penny to use. And I get asked this question all the time: how do they stay in business? We ask the question at startup conferences all the time. How do you make money to keep your lights on? It's the processing fees.
Sure, absolutely.
That's where they make their money, is on every transaction. So fine. So it's free. It makes everything better. It makes everything safer. And if you sign up using our link here in a second, they'll give you $5 into your account to try it for free. It's free, and they'll give you $5. And all you have to do is go to plugkitslive.com/privacy, and
you can buy anything you want with that $5.
You do, indeed.
You can buy candy,
popcorn,
and it's
recording equipment.
I love it. I have not used my physical card online since
starting with privacy.
Yeah, a year and a half ago. Right. So
incredible.
It's
a great service.
Yeah, it really is, and the fact that it's free is insane. I see people online. My friends talk all the time. They're like, "Oh, I just got Matthew from Amrock. He posted that somebody had gotten into into a card.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, give them this.
Privacy.
Don't let them keep doing that.
Yeah.
Go this way instead.
Absolutely.
So
I'll send you a link, Chris. We'll get you hooked up.
Oh, yeah.
Plugkitslive.com/privacy is the way to go to get the $5. And not just because they're a partner, because as a user, I tell people you should use it. So
well, and I'm sure
I'm not
you're
just the
I'm not
president.
just the president.
I'm also a user.
I'm sure you're much like me, where you're not going to promote something that you would never use.
Todd-
like I could probably
can
make
attest
money
to
off
that.
Squatty Potty if I wanted to, but I'm not going to use a Squatty Potty, so I'm not going to take
Well,
money from
maybe you
Squatty Potty.
should.
You might want to try a squatty potty.
They're not
actually.
that bad.
Todd can attest to the fact that I won't advertise something that I don't believe in. We had a sponsor for CES a couple of years ago that was the advertisement was for the iOS version of a thing. And at the time, our viewers would have known I was not being genuine.
Honest, genuine.
Genuine, yeah. So we didn't do it. Todd let us do just the other promo on our videos, and it worked out like a like a champ. But
Nice.
yeah, I'm the same way. If
Yeah.
it's something I don't use, we've talked about Monster for years, and we all carry our Monster headphones with us
Everywhere we go.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it has exactly. So I have to use it to believe in it to
Yeah, same.
talk about it. So
Same.
And privacy is just that.
indeed, probably my most used of all of the of all of the programs we've ever had on the show. Privacy is probably my most used. So
That's good to know.
Incredible.
So yeah, find us on any of our social media, and you can find a link to privacy there.
Yep, absolutely.
And while you're there, let us know how we're doing.
Yeah.
Shoot us any questions you have. Is there something here from CES you want to see specifically?
Yep.
Shout out, and we'll go try to find it for you.
Absolutely. And so so since I don't see any
No, I think we're good. I think
Okay.
we
See
can call
nothing
it.
pending.
so with
It's
that
9:01 on the East Coast.
with that on behalf of the teams that are not currently on the air, which includes Geek News Central, the Tech Ranch, and the Gadget Professor. I'm Scott with Plug Hits Live.
I'm Danielle with Plug Kids Live.
And I'm Chris with Talking Sound Podcast.
And I'm Michelle, behind the scenes.
And we will see you guys tomorrow bright and early, 9 o'clock West Coast time, so noon East Coast time. And until then, ciao.
Bye.
Bye-bye.